With an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, to all the dreamers who are burning with a passionate fire. The PG and Research Department of English, Fatima College, welcomes you all to the one-day international conference on the convergence of language and literature. This conference offers a space to explore how literature has evolved across time, bringing forth narratives that reflect diverse traditions, values, and worldviews, expanding boundaries.
To begin this enlightening day with divine blessings, I now invite the choir to lead us in a soulful prayer song. May this melody bring peace to our minds and clarity to our pursuits. Thank you, choir, for enlightening the day with your beautiful song. To begin this intellectual journey on a gracious note, I now invite Dr. P.V. Krishnashanti, Head of the PG and Research Department of English, to welcome the gathering and share her words of warmth and inspiration.
Ezra Pound observes, great literature is simply language charged with meaning to the utmost possible degree. Good morning, one and all. Distinguished Chief Guest Dr. Justin James, Dr. Ebenezer, Reverend Dr. Sister Fatima Mary, Reverend Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, esteemed colleagues and my dear participants, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this international conference on the topic Convergence of Language and Literature. At the outset, let me bow down in gratitude to Mother Rose, our founder. May her spirit continue to inspire us as we gather for this conference. It is my pleasure to welcome our esteemed Principal Reverend Dr. Sister Fatima Mary, who has been a pillar of strength for this conference, providing invaluable guidance and resources. It is our privilege to welcome our Secretary, Dr. Ignatius Mary, whose encouragement and guidance have been instrumental in making this conference a reality. I'm happy to welcome our Vice Principals, Dr. Sister Arul Mary, Dr. Sister Bindu Anthony, Dr. Vidya, and Dr. Inigila, whose unwavering support and vision makes us such intellectual engagements like this possible. We are honored to welcome a distinguished panel of experts who will be sharing their wisdom and research with us today. We are privileged to welcome our chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Justin James from the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Oman. He is an e-learning coordinator at Uttas Nizwa in overseeing the integration of technology in education. He is the president of ELTA, an organization focused on English language teaching and technology. Mr. Justin is an English language teacher trainer, equipping educators with skills to effectively incorporate technology in their teaching practice. An ELT consultant, providing expertise in English teaching and learning. He has done his PhD in ELT, demonstrating his advanced knowledge in this field. In international conferences, he has discussed about creating global consciousness through English language teaching and learning. Sir, your international experience and deep expertise in English studies will bring valuable insights to our participants, and we are truly privileged to have you with us. Dr. Ebenezer B. Virasingam, lecturer in English Studies in in the Department of Languages and Communication Studies at Trikonmalai campus, Eastern University, Sri Lanka. He did his PhD in Queen's University, Belfast, and an associate of Trinity College, London. His diverse cultural and linguistic exposure was gained from his experience in Vatkola, the Wendy Watmore Academy, Bangalore University, and Christ University, Bangalore. A special welcome to our esteemed resource person, Mr. Arul Prabhakaran Gasper from the University of New South Wales College, Australia. He is teaching academic English in international students. He is a language facilitator in University of South Wales College. I'm excited to welcome Ms. Shivani Arlalan Pillai, a scholar from the University of Oxford, London. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Amla, Head and Associate Professor of Meenachi College, Madurai, as a resource person for our conference. We are delighted to welcome our organizing secretaries, Dr. Saira Banu, IQAC Coordinator, and Dr. S.J. Kala, Dean of International Collaboration, whose dedication and expertise have been invaluable in making this conference a reality. Please join me in welcoming our coordinators, Dr. Aarti, Parvati, Saktishwari, and Dr. Priya for their dedication and meticulous planning. And happy to welcome our organizing committee, Mrs. Devasuza, Mrs. Kyle Anthony, Bernita, Nimisha, Ms. Ferdinand, Mrs. Esther, Ms. Amadashini, Ms. Amala Jayshali, Andrea, and Mrs. Amina for their outstanding efforts and commitment. We are honored to welcome our retired colleagues whose contribution and legacy continue to inspire us. Thank you for joining us online. This conference showcases the spirit of academic collaboration. We are grateful to the participation of professors of Fatima College and other colleges. A warm welcome to all our on-site participants who have joined us today. We are glad to have you here to share your insights. We are delighted to have our online participants joining us from Japan and across the nation, contributing to the success of this event. The theme of the conference, Convergence of Language and Literature, is both timely and profound. In the ever-evolving academic and global landscape, language and literature are no longer seen as an isolated domains. They are interconnected strands of human expression, experience, and identity. This conference seeks to explore how language shapes literary forms, how literature influences linguistic structures, and how both intersect with culture, politics, and technology. The intersection of language and literature has been a subject of profound inquiry throughout the history of humanities. Language is a primary medium through which literature manifests itself, but it is also far more than a vehicle. It shapes meaning, reflects culture, and constructs identity. In recent decades, the convergence of these two disciplines have evolved into a fertile ground for intellectual exploration. Literary texts are no longer viewed merely as artistic expressions, but are being deconstructed through the lenses of linguistics, semiotics, cognitive studies, sociolinguistics, and discourse analysis. This convergence has enabled a shift from form to function, from aesthetics to pragmatics, and from individual expression to collective memory. It's my pleasure to welcome the chairpersons for paper presentation session, Dr. Rajesh, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of English Language Studies, MKU. Dr. P. Ganesan, Assistant Professor, Director, RDC, Saurashtra College, Madurai. Dr. C.S. Sendil, Assistant Professor, Tyagaraja College, Madurai. Dr. G. Arulselvi Maria, Associate Professor, Sri Meenachi College, Government College for Women. Sahi Mayonathan, Associate Professor and Head, American College, Madurai. Dr. K. Madhavarajan, Associate Professor of English, Velachami Nadar College, Madurai. Dr. D. Bimala, IQAC Coordinator, Manna Thirumalai Nayakar College, Madurai. Dr. Thomas K. Vergis, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Center of English, the American College, Madurai. I'm thrilled to welcome my dear students. May this event be a stepping stone for your academic and professional journey. Welcome, my dear research scholars. We are excited to witness your innovative presentations. This conference is a platform for you to explore new ideas and ignite your passion for learning. As we begin this enriching academic journey, let us remind ourselves that the convergence of language and literature is not just an academic concern. It is a reflection of the human condition itself, where meaning, emotion, and expression constantly interact. Once again, a hearty welcome to each of you to this conference. Let us come together to explore the fascinating world of language and literature. I wish you all a productive and enriching experience. Once again, please join me in welcoming Dr. Justin, who will share his valuable insights with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your cordial welcoming note. Amidst the heart of a teacher lies a silence in which the student's soul awakens. Let us all take a moment to offer our gratitude by honoring the resource persons, not just for their performance, but for their valuable presence amongst us. May I please request our Honorable Secretary, Reverend Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, to honor our resource person, Dr. Justin James, with a memento as a token of our love. May I kindly invite our respected principal, Reverend Dr. Sister M. Fatima Mary, to felicitate our resource person, Dr. Ebenezer Veerasingham, with a memento as a testament of our gratitude. May I kindly invite Dr. P.V. Christy Shanti, our beloved head of the department, to honor our secretary and principal.
Thank you, sisters, and thank you, ma'am. With great respect and joy, I now invite Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, the esteemed Secretary of Fatima College, Madurai, to deliver the inaugural address and bless this gathering with inspiring words. Sister, we are honored to welcome you to the podium.
Respected Sister Principal Dr. Fatima Mary, Honorable Dr. Justin James, Faculty of English, Preparatory Studies Center, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Niswa, Sultanate of Oman, Learned Dr. Ebenezer B. Veerasingham, Assistant Lecturer, Department of Language and Communication Studies, Faculty of Communication and Business Studies, Trincomalee, Sri Lanka. Mr. B.T. Bangera, who is not able to come today, Managing Director, High Tech Array Private Limited, India. who is an embodiment of innovation. He encourages and supports Fatima College in every way possible, and he motivates us to pursue new ideas and embrace new challenges. Far-sighted chairperson of the conference, dedicated and efficient organizing secretaries, adaptable and detail-oriented coordinators, brilliant participants from different parts of India and abroad who are endowed with collaborative mindset, respect for diverse perspectives, researchers in Fatima College who are curious and open to new ideas and possibilities, and my dear students who are always ready to explore new ideas and make new discoveries. A very good morning to all of you. And I extend a warm welcome and my affectionate greetings to everyone. I am singularly privileged to inaugurate this international conference on convergence of language and literature. And a special thanks for the Department of English who were able to achieve this international conference within a very short span of time, just 1 month. They were able to get people from Japan, from Australia, Sri Lanka, and different parts of India. I wish that you give them a thunderous applause. Language and literature have entered a new frontier that has opened new avenues of understanding how language operates within literature and how it reflects social structure, power dynamics, and cultural ideologies. I am sure that paper presentations and technical sessions of this conference would offer a space to explore how literature, emerging from the rich nuances of language, has evolved across time, bringing forth narratives that reflect diverse traditions, values, and worldviews, expunging boundaries. Have a pleasant and enriching experience with positive emotions that foster self-discovery, new perspective, and lasting positive impact on each one's life. Thank you.
Thank you, sister, for your cordial words. Something eternal has called them quietly, and God's diligent laborers answers those calls. They do not work for credit or merit, but to answer their souls. Our beloved principal sister is one such diligent laborer who leaves behind traces that last longer than any monuments. May I please invite our principal, Dr. Sister M. Fatima Mary, to deliver the felicitation address.
Our guest of honor, Dr. Justin James, distinguished guest, Dr. Ebenezer, our well-wisher and special invitee, Mr. B.T. Bangera, who is not able to be present here, our esteemed Secretary, Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, respected Dr. Krishi Santi, the head of the department, Dr. Saira Banu and Dr. Kalla, the organizing secretaries, the eminent scholars, researchers across the globe, and my dear staff and students from the Department of English. A pleasant morning to all of you. On this special occasion, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation and congratulations to Dr. Krishi Santi, the head of the department, and the entire faculty from the Department of English for organizing this one-day international conference on the theme Convergence of Language and Literature. as the first international conference of this academic year. In the beginning of this academic year, when we started discussing and planning the academic programs, we had a suggestion that every department should organize at least one international conference for this year. And it is the Department of English who have stepped forward first to organize such an important event in this campus for the first time in this year. And I'm extremely happy and proud of the members from the Department of English for taking such an initiative to organize this program together from across the continent. In an era where academic disciplines are no longer confined to silos, the convergence of language and literature represents a rich intellectual intersection, urging us to rethink the interplay between expression and meaning, between form and content, and between words and world. This hybrid mode conference, connecting the academicians, scholars, and researchers across the continents, is a powerful reflection of the department's visionary outlook, the academic depth, and the collaborative ethos. I know for sure, while started to plan for this conference, there would have been a lot of debates, disagreements, and difference of opinions. But in spite of all that, your meticulous planning and commitment to academic excellence have created a platform where global voices converge, blending theory with practice, tradition with innovation, and research with relevance. Your efforts exemplify not only the efficiency in conducting or executing this program, but also a genuine passion for knowledge, learning, and intellectual growth. So, on behalf of the management as a principal, I congratulate every member of the Department of English. May this conference spark new insights, foster enduring collaborations, and pave the way for transformative learning. Dear participants, I wish each one of you an enriching and thought-provoking experience. Best wishes for the successful unfolding of today's conference. May God bless all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sister, for your cordial welcoming words. There are moments in every gathering when the mind prepares to participate with an open mind. This is one of those moments. Dr. Justin James has pursued the path of rigor and truth, and he shares not just information but intends to illuminate us. With deep respect and warm anticipation, I kindly invite Dr. Justin James, Faculty of English, Preparatory Studies Center, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Sultanate of Oman, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
It's okay, right? But close this. This is, yeah, okay. Back, just first slide. Okay, fine. I can now operate from here. Yeah. So good morning. At the outset, I'm very happy to be here. First, I would like to thank the college administration, Dr. Shanti, and the Department of English for inviting me over here. I find this an excellent opportunity to talk to you. I welcome the student community and the faculty from other departments and my fellow colleagues. So my respectful regards to all the technicians who are assisting this conference. So this is the first time I'm addressing an international conference in Madurai. And most of the time I'm invited by colleges and universities outside Tamil Nadu, though I am from Tamil Nadu. So so there is a saying that no philosopher is accepted in his own hometown. So it's an old saying, like, I don't know whether it is true or not. At least today it has become a reality that it is false. Now, the title of my presentation today is At the Crossroads of Tradition and Innovation, Rethinking the Future of English Language Teaching and Learning in India. So why I made this title particularly because I have few things to share with you, particularly with regard to higher education in general and learning of English in particular. That's the reason why I titled this. India is a country which is struggling to wriggle out of the traditional practices. I mean, negative traditional practices. I wouldn't say that we shouldn't have traditional practices. There are a lot of negative traditional practices that are holding us back from proper progress. Of course, we are progressing in economy. We are progressing in technology. Our lifestyle is enhancing, but it comes to social life, when it comes to human rights, when it comes to respecting each other, when it comes to respecting each other's language, culture, and way of life, we are far, far behind many countries, many underdeveloped countries, in fact. So I'm not comparing us with the developed countries like United States, France, or other European countries. I would like to compare that with countries which are struggling to even develop. They have a much culturally advanced way of living than us. So though we have the benefit of education, technology, and things like that, we are still far behind these things. Therefore, That's the reason why I particularly chose this topic. So I'll be talking about a bit of how we should move forward, taking the best things from the tradition and merging with the best thing that is coming to us through technology advancement. So I told you why I'm here and why this presentation. Is something wrong with it? Okay. Shall I turn this a little bit? This is much better. Thank you. So now I'm quite comfortable. So the first thing we want to discuss here is, to think about is revolutionizing English teaching and learning. So revolution is a very difficult word, and the moment you say revolution, people are afraid. So it means taking a total U-turn or trying to change, delete everything and start fresh. So there are some questions here. You can just read it. So keep those questions in your mind, and we are going to reflect over these questions over time. First, let us look at higher education. So I am very happy to see so many young women coming to colleges here. You are the luckiest lot in the world. At the same time, you are the most unproductive human beings on earth today. There are reasons why I say this. I'll explain why. But last month I had not exactly last month, 10 days before I came to India, I had an encounter with a young Palestinian girl. Me and my wife, we had dinner in a restaurant. We came out of that restaurant around 11 p.m. And when we started our car, there was a knock on my window. I lowered the windshield and I saw a young, beautiful girl around 14, 15. And she was telling me in Arabic, I'm a Palestinian girl, I'm homeless. Would you please help me with some money? So look at that time, 11 p.m., all alone, in the car parking. A very beautiful girl with sparkling eyes, begging for money. Now compare that situation with that of yours. How comfortable your life is. You are into higher education. Your parents are providing everything you need. But what is the output? What do you produce in terms of output? That's why I just made this statement. You are the most unproductive population. Lucky, but very unproductive. Why is it so? Because you are sent for a higher education to keep you safe till you are getting married. Particularly to women's college, your parents and society think that this is the best place to safe deposit you, take you back, hand it over to another man. Do you all agree with me? At least to a larger extent, larger population is for that. So therefore, it is important to have a look at the critical components of higher education. Why are we here? Of course, the society expectation is different. Your parental expectation is different. You are coming into a college, learning English language. With the help of that as a tool, language as a tool, you are learning other subjects. Maybe there is a possibility of future employment. I use the word possibility because employment opportunities are very rare, particularly for educated people. So therefore, don't think that I am starting with a negative argument. I am trying to analyze the realities. So you should know why are you here. You personally should reflect over some of these things. Interconnectedness. So we human beings are connected, whether you are from Madurai, I am from Nagargoil, and Dr. Ebenezer is from Sri Lanka, and maybe many other people are participating with us online from different parts of the world, different parts of the country. There is some connection, interconnectedness. So there is connection between nations, cultures, economies, and environments. So if you don't feel the interconnectedness, we fail as human beings. Second, cultural awareness. Of course, as a Tamilian, my culture is very unique, very important. It is very important for me. But does this mean that other cultures are inferior to me? No. My culture is neither superior nor inferior to any other culture. Similarly, other cultures are not inferior to our culture. So you should be able to explore other cultures, understand the diversity and perspectives of other culture. Then understanding global issues. Just now I mentioned you about a Palestinian girl. Now, as a Christian, from my name, you know I am a Christian, right? So, as a Christian, if I celebrate a Palestinian girl begging on the street and an Israeli girl having university education in one of the best colleges in the world, I am not a cultured human being. So I cannot judge using my religion and say that it is a good thing that a Palestinian girl is begging and Israeli or another Christian girl is getting higher education in one of the best institutions in the world. So this is something we have to understand, understanding the global issues. Then cross-cultural competence. So to communicate and collaborate with the other cultures. Now for me, though I am a Christian, brought up in a very traditional family situation, for me, Christmas means I don't see any divinity in that. I see cake and good food and enjoyment. When my friends invite me to celebrate a dinner with them, a Muslim friend, it's biryani and a lot of meat for me. When I go to a Hindu family to celebrate Diwali, it is a lot of sweets and enjoyment. I don't see anything else. I don't see heaven or divinity there. As human beings, we have to have that kind of understanding. Also, critical thinking encourages analysis, questioning, and evolution of different viewpoints. What is critical thinking? Now, 10 days before, there was a murder in Tirunelveli. You read about it, isn't it? How many of you are very happy about it because your caste person can murder another person just because he was in love with a girl from your community, any community for that matter? Why is this happening? Now, 20, 30 years before, husbands were killing the wives. Now, what is happening? Wives are killing the husbands. Why? So, at the outset, it is a crime against humanity, human rights. You are terminating life of another person who has a right to live as long as nature allows him to live. But why this is happening? Think and analyze. So, do you think it is something is happening away from you? Something is happening to another person in our society? What is your reaction to it? How do you analyze it? So I feel that personally it is a message from the women of India that we had enough. We had enough. Forcing into marriages that are not acceptable to us is not okay with us. So this is an expression of our contempt, our anger, our displeasure. So we kill the person you selected for us. So this is the way we should understand and analyze why these things are happening in our society. So that is critical thinking. How do you get critical thinking? Language is a medium. Learning English language should help you to develop that kind of critical thinking and understand the things that are happening around us. Then only we are educated, we are cultured. It is not because you follow certain traditions, you put some religious identities this way, that way, or across. You are not culturally very competent person or culturally very good person. When you understand the cultural nuances of other communities and understand that and interact with people with respect, then you are culturally a competent person. Environmental sustainability. This is one of the reasons why, now Gulf, particularly in Oman, I work there. July, August is the hottest month. Now we are getting rains there. In India, the rains are increasing more and more. What's the reason? Flood. Yesterday, there was a, I think, cloudburst in one of the towns in northern India. So who is responsible for this? Because we human beings think that we are created to rule the world. We have a misunderstanding that we can manipulate everything. Animals don't manipulate, they live the same life. We keep on changing. We are consuming so much of resources that affects the climatic conditions of the world, which is going to be more and more complicated and dangerous for our own survival. Social justice and human rights. Most of the time I have been discussing this: equality, justice, and fundamental human rights. Do you know these terms? Yeah, maybe you know the terms. What are its implications? Nobody is teaching you in the university. So it is important that people who are experts in understanding this, particularly lawyers, come and talk to you about human rights. What do you enjoy as a human being on earth? Your need to live peacefully. All those things are very important. So higher education should teach you these things. Technology and communication utilizes technology for communication, collaboration, and accessing information. So this is one, I can talk for hours regarding the use of technology and communication, but the time is limited. I'll here and there touch upon some of the ideas. What do you use your technology for? Are you using technology for enhancing your education, enhancing your living, or you are using technology to, go through this sewage of the society? Sewage within quotes, the refuse, whatever is wasted in the society, whatever is not proper in the society. Are you accessing those kind of contents through your technology? Finally, global citizenship fosters a sense of belonging to a global community with shared responsibilities. Celebrating a war which is taking place in another country is a sin, because you enjoy a lot of peace. It doesn't mean that you can celebrate war on other places. And you can say that when a Muslim is killed, oh, it's a great thing. I'm giving all these things as an example. Particularly, I don't support any religion or any society or any particular way of life. As a human being, I need to have the freedom to live freely as I wish without troubling others. Now I'm moving on to another issue which are discussed in higher education: digital divide. Now the problem here is in Tamil Nadu, I don't see any digital divide. Tamil Nadu has enough technology and you all have mobile phones. Are you allowed to use mobile phone during your class hours? No. So you are far away from Stone Age. Yeah, nice to see some Stone Age people, right? So Yeah. So Sister Secretary is laughing. I know she's responsible for all these things. Okay. So fight for your rights. Okay. Wherever I go, I create some troubles. Okay. Right. Whatever. It is the policy decisions of your department. And in my university, though it is an Islamic country, all students are allowed to bring their mobile phones to the classroom. It's part of their human rights. So I am not supposed to interfere with their things. Now, I didn't say this to get your appreciation for that. Okay. But don't create trouble for me. I should be invited again. Yeah. So, right. So we don't have a digital divide, but of course we have a digital divide in a sense that we are not taught to access the information that will help us to improve our living, improve our education. That way it is a divide. We access a lot of negative things, refuses from the society, sewage. We go into the sewages of the society, sewages of human culture, and you are very happy about it. Why this is happening? All these contents you are browsing is my students in Oman, they cannot access. All these contents are blocked by the government. But whereas in India, the first thing you get is all these things. So why is it happening? Again, think. So keep you engaged, keep you poor, keep you stupid. Why? We need your votes. So in a democracy, maintaining a voting population is very, very important. If all the people start thinking, then it is trouble for the political community of the country. That's the reason why you are getting a lot of things which are not going to enhance your life. So there is no digital divide, but divide in accessing the right information which are required to improve yourself. So how to solve these issues? How to enhance the use of technology? How to enhance the achievement of higher education in the society? One, infrastructure development. Then the management may not be happy what I am going to say, because infrastructure development for any institutions in India is building very large buildings. So if you walk into any campus, I studied at St. Joseph's College. We had a lot of grounds, large trees. Now I go inside the campus, there are no trees, there are no vacant spaces, everywhere buildings. So this is not the kind of infrastructure that is necessary for higher education. Access to more technology, access to computers. Millions are spent on developing buildings. This is one area, problematic area, which the management should think over. Providing teacher training. Yeah, this is another big problem. Teachers are not trained. If you want to go and teach primary, you should have Montessori training. If you want to teach middle school, you must have a B.Ed. If you want to teach high school and higher secondary, you have to have an M.Ed. Training in education, teaching methodology. But if you want to teach in a college, MA with net enough, zero experience. I started teaching like that. Morning I was in MPhil class, evening I was teaching the undergraduates. Zero methodology. So providing proper teacher training is one of the requirements to enhance the higher education, particularly learning of English language as well as literature. Collaboration between teachers. Now this is another thing. The teachers will not be happy when I say this, because in most of the aided colleges, they have a permanent posting. Once they enter, only two things can remove them, either death or retirement. If they die in service, they can be removed. If they retire, happily, they can take the benefits and go. That's why they refuse to cooperate, see eye to eye with their own colleagues. If you ask a teacher, they will know all the negative things about their colleagues' family, children, everything. But you ask them about the research, what your colleague is doing, what are the enhancements your colleague is doing, nobody will know. So teacher collaboration is one of the important requirements today. And today, if a teacher is applying for a foreign job, the first thing, you may have 10 papers, 20 papers, Scopus, Springer, whatever it is. The first thing the recruiters, HR will look into how many of your papers are collaborated with your colleagues. If your paper is having only your name as the author, single author, nobody is going to recruit you. They understand that this person will not collaborate with others in research or in any kind of positive activities. So if you have 3, 4 collaborators, maybe one from the colleague in the department, another from another college, another foreign teacher, academician, 4 collaborators, then you are a person who is involved in collaborative research, collaborative teaching, and collaborative learning. So I'm just, I'm talking to both students and teachers particularly. So this is a kind of mixed audience, so I have to cater to all of you. Then affordable technology. Actually, we have affordable technology. Technology is very cheap. Internet is very cheap. I pay for broadband connection in India, 700 rupees, 720, something like that. But I'm in Oman, I'm paying 7,000 rupees per month for my broadband connection. So technology is affordable in India. Developing localized content. So we borrow mostly textbooks from other countries, particularly written by foreign authors. They don't talk about our culture, the information from our lives. So we have to, teachers should join together and develop localized contents. Public-private partnership. This is particularly a partnership between companies who employ the graduates from the college and the college departments. So that will also enhance the teaching and learning process in the college. Now I am moving on to something for the students. So the learning methods. How do you learn a language, or how do you learn at all? These are the 3 recent or current things that are very important. One is heutagogy, encourages learners to become more self-determined. Pedagogy, peers, learning with your own peer, focus on co-learning and co-creating. Like what I said about the teachers, they don't collaborate. Students, do you collaborate? Do you study together? Do you study together? Yes, you are better than us. I appreciate that. Okay. Then cybergogy encourages learners' engagement in an online environment. So this is self-determined learning. You must decide what you want to learn. Okay, you go to a college, they have a syllabus, all these things are there. But within that framework of BA, BSc, whatever it is, what are you interested in learning? Do you have an idea? Have you reflected over it? So you have to reflect over it and have a plan. Look at the picture. So learning responsibility in your hands. Your own learning is your own responsibility. You cannot blame the teachers. You cannot blame the institution. You cannot blame the society. So as a graduate student, if you are 18 plus, your learning is your responsibility. Peer learning. So it is important to learn with your classmates who are from your own age. Why? There is one particular reason for that. We will be gone in another 20 years, 30 years, but you will be living with your classmates, your college mates for rest of your life, another 40 years, 50 years. So therefore, it is important to learn from them, learn with them, so that future interactions and collaborations are possible. Today, how I am here, because Dr. Shanti and I were classmates. We did MPhil together in the same classroom. We were together for 6 months for the theory class. So she invited me because we were classmates. So therefore, future opportunities come to you when you learn with your own classmates and friends and establish. See, those days we were connected last year. After 34 years, after 35 years, we are meeting. Today, the situation is different. You can get connected to your classmates through all the social media and continue to interact with them. You need not meet them. Therefore, it is important to learn with your classmates. Learning from cyberspace. What is that? Internet technology, AI, whatever it is you are using. So therefore, you must learn what kind of content I should access for learning. So this is also important. You should be able to manipulate the technology available with you and take contents that are going to enhance life. I told you, you are all most productive. How many of you are into any business now? How many of you are doing any business? Anyone? My statement is true, isn't it? If I ask my Arabic girls, those who are coming from a very close society, if I have 15 girls, 10 boys, or like that, 25 students only in my classroom. If I ask my Arab girls, though they have a very restricted society, at least 5 of them will be doing online business. At least 5 of them will be involved in online business. What do? Some of them bake cakes in their homes. Whenever someone is celebrating birthday, they have an Instagram account they sell. They buy wedding dresses. People in Oman, they give a lot of importance to wear colorful wedding dresses, which will cost 50,000, 60,000 Indian rupees. Those women cannot afford to buy those dresses. What they do? Some of them buy these dresses and rent them out. They dry clean it, rent them out for 5,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees. It's a business. So these are the ways you should be able to be productive. So when you are productive, you make money. So money is very important. It's not everything. At the same time, you earn enough to say that money is not important. You have zero balance in your account. If you say money is not important, it's not everything, I don't think it is a very pragmatic statement. You earn enough, have enough money for yourself, then say money is very important, then it is something that can be accepted. Then I'll continue, no problem. And I can skip, I know that what are the things that are available in I'll talk to the students for the time being. Then how to use, what are the problems in learning the language? Particularly, we have language divided as 4 skills. Now they have added one more thing to language. When you are learning a language, there are 5 skills. Do you know what is the 5th skill? It is critical thinking. So we think through the language. So first, let us come to listening. Now, how many of us are trained to listen? And Indians are very bad at listening. Indians are very good at talking. What I am doing here, isn't it? So I am getting paid for this. That's why I'm talking. So we don't, all the time we talk. So we don't know what we are talking. So from morning till evening, if you are allowed to talk, you will talk. But listening is a skill we should develop. How do you listen? So, when we were students, we never had any kind of access other than our own teachers to listen to. At St. Joseph's, we had around 25 teachers. All of them are gems. Those days, we had only 1 person or 2 people who had PhDs. Now, every department is infested with PhDs. So, I know when I use these words, you can think about the consequences. Listening is one of the most important skills. See? So I have my presentation in my memory, so it's not a problem. We don't listen, zero listening. Difficulty in comprehending, even if you listen to English. So you have to listen to podcasts and other accents from different parts of the world. So you have today Instagram. I would appreciate, I'm happy many of you are accessing Instagram Reels when the classes are boring. You don't do it because you don't have the mobile in your class. My students do that. Whenever my class is boring, they watch Instagram Reels. Okay, I'm happy about it. They are engaged. They are not bothered. They are not bothering me. I'm not bothering them. That's a kind of thing. Then do not follow the accent. This is one area we had a lot of misunderstanding. I'll explain that. Do I talk like a British man? If they don't introduce me that I'm working in Oman, do you find any difference that I'm from a foreign country? No. I'll tell you, the reason is that English language is a language that is communicated all over the world. So you have to speak in such a way that whatever you say should be intelligible. The other person listening to you should understand. When I went to Oman, I had colleagues from 45 countries so far. And at any given time, I'll have people from 25 countries because we have around 115 lecturers currently in my English department. So when I went there, when I meet a British, I used to imitate British people. Then Americans, I used to try to imitate. They used to laugh. One day, one British man he just said, why are you trying to imitate British or American native speakers English? I said, in our country, if you speak like a British man or American, you are admired. If I speak like an Indian, they don't admire you or they don't see that you know English. Is that when you speak, your sound or the way you pronounce words, and it's very odd to us. We feel like laughing. It's better you talk like an Indian. So if I give you a parrot which sings like a cuckoo, it will look odd, isn't it? Therefore, keep it in your mind. Learn a language. You speak like an Indian, no problem. But it should be intelligible to people from any part of the world. This is a kind of elitist idea to stop you from learning English, to create in you a kind of prejudice that, oh, I am not able to pronounce, so I am not going to talk. So please come out of this. All over the world, whatever you speak, people admire. They don't see, they don't expect you to speak like a British. They expect you to speak like an Indian. If there is clarity in your voice and your vocabulary is fine, you are able to communicate, that is fine. So these are, I think while I'm talking, you have seen this. I'm going to change the slide. Then I'm moving towards speaking in English. So what do you speak? You need to have, I'm here to speak today. I have some content to share with you. So whenever you speak to people, communicate, you should have some content to speak. Vocabulary, gleaning vocabulary, collecting vocabulary is also very important. That happens automatically if you listen to a lot of speeches in English, Instagram reels, podcasts. Grammar, don't bother much about grammar. Did you learn grammar of Tamil before you learned to speak in Tamil? Did you speak Tamil though it was mother tongue right from the day you were born? It took 3 to 4 years for you to listen. So similarly, if you listen to English language continuously for 3 to 4 years, automatically you will speak in English. If not, you are not going to speak in English. So it's a natural process. The more input is there, there will be a kind of spontaneous output of that language which will come from your mouth. Nervousness. So this is one area, and I have done a lot of studies, anxiety studies, why foreign language anxiety is there among people. And in India, when I say foreign language anxiety, they say, no, English is an Indian language. It's a second language anxiety. Okay, I also started changing that attitude because, we are very tradition bound. We think something enters our head, it is very difficult to change. So now I also, if you can't beat them, join them. So that's why I allow my students to play with mobile in my class. I cannot beat them, so I join them. So nervousness is one area. Why you are nervous? Because of the elitist ideas that are already implanted in our mind, that if you make grammatical mistakes, it is not nice. If you don't make mistakes, you are not going to speak any language. And if you don't make mistakes, you are not going to learn anything at all in your life. Then fear of making mistakes. Again, fear of criticism. And this is something teachers should take in your mind. And now I have one question to most of the Indian English teachers. They are all very fluent. They teach, they go sit and in the literature class and talk for 40 minutes, 50 minutes non-stop with very good vocabulary. Sometimes when Indian teachers speak to me, I have to refer to dictionary to the meaning. They are well versed in vocabulary. Now, you are so good in your language. You have excellent vocabulary. Why your students are not able to communicate? Reflect over it. I don't have an answer. This is a question. Why? You are excellent in English. You have done an excellent research. Maybe you have written many books. Why you are not able to make your students in the classroom to speak 2 or 3 sentences? I know the reason, but I don't want to elaborate on that. So lack of experience or no exposure given. In 1975, I joined a school which is Carmel Girls Higher Secondary School. So don't ask me what I was doing there, okay? In that school, boys were allowed to study up to middle school, up to 8th standard boys. Then they think that up to 8th standard boys are not very mischievous. After that, they grow very mischievous, okay? So in that school, when I joined there is one rule. We used to have a card. See, I'm speaking about 1975. If anyone is speaking in Tamil, the card will pass on to that person. That person should go search for somebody speaking. People will keep quiet. 6th standard, 7th standard, 8th standard, we start communicating in English. Now, this is, I think most of the subjects are taught in English medium, isn't it? On campus. What language do you use? Teachers, students, when you interact with your teachers, think over it. So you have to create your own opportunity to speak. Challenges in reading English. Now slowly reading habits are going away. ELTA is English Language Teachers of Association is trying to bring it. India Reads a program. They are trying to redesign or create a kind of enthusiasm among readers in English. Now, how do you create enthusiasm? It's okay for me if you read Instagram, messages on Instagram or anything which is coming in English, it is fine. But reading books, if you want to achieve anything as a graduate student, you have to read. I mean, minimum 6 hours weekly basis. You study, even if you study history or any subject for that matter, if you could spend 60 hours per week for your reading, education, listening, you'll be very successful in academics. Challenges in writing English. Now, yeah, if I ask you, do you have any challenges? No, we have ChatGPT. Isn't it? So with buttons, you can solve the problem. But does it help go through these things? We don't have any systematic writing training. And I go to all the colleges nowadays. I'm talking to many colleges, particularly in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and I'm helping them to establish writing centers. So any English department, if you don't have a writing center in your department, your job is to help all the faculty in the college and all the students. For what? For helping them to write their research output. They will come to you to the research writing centers to get help. This is important, academic writing. I think Dr. Ebenezer would agree with me, isn't it? So if you know all these infrastructures in the first year of BA, first 6 months, who will teach you this? No one will. You have to learn. You go to internet, why I asked you whether you have a mobile, you can take a picture. You can take a screenshot and take it away. At least, sister, you can consider giving them permission to use mobile whenever there is a conference where they can record or take these things. So you have to self-study, motivate, and if you are very fluent in all these things, writing this infrastructure, you will not have any problem in writing your examination, research papers, assignments, You need not depend on ChatGPT. Of course, you can use ChatGPT, complete your assignment, give it to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT to not to correct, but give you suggestions to correct. Then correct again, feed into ChatGPT, then check. That will be a learning experience, not a copying experience. Now I'm moving on to learning the English language through literature. So I added particularly this section in my presentation because this is a literature department, a lot of literature research is going on. But the way we learn and teach English literature should change. You should be more language focused, because languages are told the more you know and understand the language, the more you can enjoy the literature. Can you guess the novel? Old Man and the Sea. Very good. Okay, this is a picture from the, so I'm very happy you could recognize that. Okay. Now, how many of you have seen this? Maybe people from coastal area have seen boats, and then Harpoon might not have seen. I'll show you some of the pictures, then tell you how you can use technology to learn literature. My topic is tradition versus modernity. Traditional teaching and learning versus using technology to learn. So you have, normally we read that novel, we enjoy, say that it is one of the best novels. And once, after the Google came, the Google pictures, I could see these things and understand. After seeing these things, I could understand the novel better, enjoy that. It also enhanced my vocabulary because I could understand, visualize these things that are described in the novel. Be it a poem, be it a drama, be it fiction. If you are able to visualize these words, your enjoyment of literature, that particular work of art will be very good. That's why we need to use the technology. Another reason is we are visual learners. Human beings are visual learners. What we see, that enters our memory and stays for a longer time. He's explaining these things, sardines, how sardines are used as a bait to catch larger fish, how multiple hooks are used. Then these are the animals that are described in the picture. Repeatedly, he talks about them, Hemingway. And the imaginary food, yellow rice and fish. Whenever he was hungry, he was imagining about food, craving for food. So these are some of the food items he used to have, other flora and fauna. Red algae bloom. I have seen this many times. Sargasso weed, warbler bird. Sequence of major events. So when you see these events, what happens? You will have it in your memory and you will be able to write your examination very well, isn't it? So how do you teach that? I have shown all these pictures. So when I go to a literature class, I don't teach anything to them. I tell them, this is the novel I am going to teach. You are going to learn. Go to internet, find out the pictures, videos related to that novel, expand the ideas and try to move around and see how this novel is interpreted. Then read the novel later. Once you do this kind of background reading through the use of technology, watching some videos, you will understand it better when you read the novel. But there are some people argue, no, the book should be read first. It's okay, you read the book first, go to the technology next. I have no problem. I'm flexible in this, okay? So this is it. Now, the fun behind it is no teacher taught me or discussed with me in that Hemingway designed this novel based on his real life experience. This is a picture of Hemingway and his friend catching a marlin, and half of the fish was eaten by the shark. It was his personal experience. I came to know about it much later. So you understand how much you miss if you use only the traditional method of learning, only reading the book, but how much you gain and understand, enjoy the literature, how much vocabulary you learn. All these visual representations will engage you and your vocabulary will be enhanced. You'll be able to communicate better, isn't it? Then how much time is left for me? I can close. 5 minutes? Okay. It's very cruel inviting me and asking me to stop. So I'll skip this. Look at this cartoon. Are you concerned about the increase in artificial intelligence? I'm not concerned. No, but I am concerned about the decrease in real intelligence. So this cartoon has got a lot of values. You know, you must all reflect over this. Are you going to be a slave to technology? Are you going to use that technology, make the technology to work for you? So when you use, you know, when teachers are using technology, emotional intelligence and empathy. So human teachers are very important. Now, many people argue that I don't need to go to college. Again, there is a conspiracy behind college education. Do you know what is it? Because we are not aware of it. We bring you to college, keep you for 5 years, 6 years, from morning 10 to 5. You know why? We are training you to do the same donkey job, entering into a company, work for them for from 8 to 5, earn 30, 40,000 rupees and spend 30, 40 years. This is a training. This is a hidden agenda in higher education. Nobody tells you this. Anybody disagree with me? I'm ready for an argument. So it is an indirect way of training you to sit in an office in future, ask no questions, because you are not allowed to ask any questions in the classroom. It's a kind of systematic training to modify you into control your animal nature and contribute to the corporates that rule the world. So I can share, I gave a lot of examples, cultural examples from what is happening in our society. If the AI is giving the same lecture, the AI cannot contextualize whatever I am saying. Then moral and ethical judgment. So it's important, we should have some moral rules, ethical practices, and also the teachers will be able to give some feedbacks. These are advantages using AI. And teachers, you know, like I will play one of this, which I created using AI. How you can create small videos on small topics and share it with your students. This is audio is not coming. No, fine, leave it. Don't meddle with that. This is about mastering main idea and supporting idea. I create small videos using this AI and share it with my students. And when you teach literature or whatever, you can, teachers can particularly use this kind of technology. This InVideo.in, it's a free software where you just type a paragraph, it creates video for you. But there is a problem. That is the cultural context. AI is biased. It will give always American-based, Europe-based, advanced country-based pictures. It is not depicting an Indian or a black person. Understand? So it is racial. AI is also racial. So these are the ways students can use AI in their daily life to enhance learning English language. This we can skip. So last month before coming to India, I attended I was invited as judge for a debate among Indian school students, higher secondary students. So students from 25 Indian schools in Oman participated in that. The topic was, should we have reservation in jobs for human beings in the age of AI? So it's a serious matter. So it is not only reserving caste-based reservation, it's going to go soon. I was talking to Dr. Ebenezer. I asked him on a question. Are we going to have the same kind of religion after 200 years on earth? I doubt. We may not be there to see that. So that's discriminating. AI competing with us, human resources. There will not be any more human resources after 50 years. There will be AI resources. You'll be paying to get services from the AI. So it's a concluding part. If you want to redesign higher education, use English language learning as a tool to enhance our learning and our life, we should blend structure and culture from tradition with creativity and critical thinking from innovation. Encourage multilingual identity, not just English fluency. Now, I always ask my students, when I go and meet students, I ask, are you fluent in English, in Tamil? How many of you speak? If I call you over here and give you a topic, how many of you speak fluently in Tamil without making any mistakes, with correct pronunciation? Now, even TV readers make a lot of mistakes. That was not in Tamil. Pronunciation mistakes, vocabulary mistakes. So we should encourage fluency not only in English language. If you are fluent in Tamil, naturally you will be fluent in English. Invest in teacher development for both pedagogy and technology. Teachers should be given enough resources, particularly invest a lot of money in teachers. So in many colleges, I know when I talk to them, no, sir, we are not allowed to go and attend conferences. We are not allowed to go and give presentations. We have to apply for our own personal leave. I have to apply for CL if I want to go for a conference. This is happening in many private institutions. Include student voices in how English is taught. Involve students. Ask them, how do you want to learn? What are you going to do in this hour in my class? Do you have any suggestion for learning? Emerging trends. Use AI-powered tools, apps, drama, storytelling, gaming, and cross-border online exchanges so that learning becomes a very good experience. So I'm at the end of the presentation. I thank you for inviting me, particularly Dr. Shanti, to, she kind of forced me to come in here, to be here. That was a great thing. That was a great thing. Do I sound like Trump? Because he starts with, that was a great thing, then, it is not that great to listen to him. Hope you enjoyed my presentation. Keep those things in your thoughts. Try to become productive. Okay, you are lucky already, very lucky. Try to become productive. And how you can be productive, you find out ways and means. You have got the intellect, thinking, and your own classmates are there to collaborate with you. Good luck with your higher education. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes. If you don't have questions, at least say thank you. at least few words. You are welcome.
Good morning, sir. The presentation was highly informative, focusing on how we use technology not in the field of education related. We just focus on the traditional teaching methods everywhere. Now I got an idea to blend AI with my teaching. That was a great impact. Thank you so much.
Happy about it. Okay, I think no more questions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and thought-provoking special address. Your words have added great depth and value to this gathering. It was very informative, sir. Now, as we draw this inaugural session to a close, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this event possible. I invite Dr. S. Saira Banu, Associate Professor of the PG and Research Department of English and IQAC Coordinator of Fatima College, Madurai, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished academicians, professors, scholars, and my dear student participants, good morning to all. I'm here to deliver the vote of thanks at the close of this inaugural session of the International Conference on the Convergence of Language and Literature on behalf of the organizing committee with a deep sense of gratitude and academic responsibility. We are profoundly thankful to our Secretary, Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, whose intellectually stimulating address has provided both the inspiration and direction and a meaningful foundation for the deliberations that will follow. We happily register our thanks to our principal, Dr. Sister Fatima Mary, for the words of encouragement and support today and for being the propelling force behind. Now, my special thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Justin James. Faculty of English, Preparatory Studies Center, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, NISWA, Sultanate of Oman. His keynote address on the title At the Crossroads of Tradition and Innovation, Rethinking the Future of English Language Teaching and Learning has aptly underscored the significance of the theme of the conference. Touching upon diverse critical components of higher education, the digital divides existing in certain places, the challenges we need to face because of the sewage, and introducing us to the concepts of heutagogy, pedagogy, and cybergogy. Yes, sir, we are really fond of talking, but the talking you did today was willingly listened to. So, and it was very enriching. And you also laid importance on the studying of language through literature, because that is going to be the trend hereafter. Literature will not per se be as appealing without adding the convergence of language in the field. And you also told us a lot of things about integrating AI in our teaching and becoming productive academicians. Yes, thank you, sir, for that insightful speech, giving us a lot of information. We acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ebenezer Veerasingham, Assistant Lecturer, Department of Languages and Communication Studies, Trincomalee Campus, Eastern University, Sri Lanka, who has come all the way from his country to share his expertise with us. And we will soon listen to him. We'll have the opportunity to listen to him after the break session. On a lighter note, we thank Konar Mess and driver Ramesh for making Dr. Ebenezer happy, because last night it was time well spent. So thank you, sir, for being with us now. We are honored to have with us today more than 100 participants, dignitaries, academicians, professors, research scholars, and students who have joined us offline and online from across the globe. Thank you for your presence and for bringing with you the spirit of scholarly exchange. I would fail in my duty if I don't thank Dr. B.T. Bangera, Managing Director of High Tech RI Limited, who is not able to be with us today because of unavoidable circumstances, but he has always offered his unwavering support to us as a mentor, well-wisher, and a very generous sponsor. This conference ball was set rolling when Dr. Shanti, the head of the department, who assumed the charge as head just a few months ahead of last academic year, and this was the first announcement she made in the first department meeting she conducted. She said, "We are organizing an international seminar this year." Kudos to her untiring efforts, Dr. Shanti. Here we are, all set. Thank you for the initiative, ma'am. And today you played the host very well, welcoming the gathering. Thank you. My sincere appreciation extends to each one of the members of the organizing committee, every member of the PG and Research Department of English, whose meticulous planning and sincere efforts and smart execution have brought this vision to fruition. I also thank the valuable support of the technical team and the administrative staff for ensuring an efficient, seamless flow of events, for connecting us virtually on and physically. Thanks to Mr. Adi and Mr. Dinesh and team, and our dear staff taking care of the technical stuff there, and the cameramen covering everything. Thank you very much. This inaugural session marks not only the commencement of the conference, but also the reaffirmation that we are all together in shared commitment to such knowledge sharing exercise, academic exploration, and critical dialogue. All is well that begins well. The conference is well inaugurated, and we are going to conclude this and gear up for the forthcoming sessions. Thank you, one and all present here. Thank you, dear students, for the participants. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear participants, we kindly request you to disperse for a short tea break. The refreshments for participants from other colleges are served on the left side of Jubilee Hall. The refreshments for first and second UG students are served on the other end of the annex. The refreshments for third UG, first PG, and second PG students are served near the LCD in annex. Dear participants, we kindly request you to be back for the technical session by 11:15 a.m. The next session starts at 11:15. So we kindly request you to reassemble in Jubilee Hall. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Dear students, I repeat again, the refreshments for participants from other colleges are served on the left side of the Jubilee Hall. The refreshments for third PG, first, I'm here, this side. For participants outside the college, the refreshments are served this side. The refreshments for third UG, first PG, and second PG students are served near the LCD on the annex. The refreshments for first and second UG students are served on the other end of annex. Students, we request you to be back at 11:15. The next session starts sharply at 11:15.
Kala. ஏன்னா அவங்க விட்டாம இவங்க கூட்டிட்டு வர முடியும். நம்ம பிள்ளைங்களை உள்ள வர சொல்லுவோமா? Shakti, ask everybody to ask. May we ask all the participants to assemble here in the Jubilee Hall immediately? We're about to begin the next technical session. Thank you. உன் பையன் எங்க? சரி, பார்த்து.
ஹலோ, என்னுடைய ஆடியோ லைன் மட்டும் நான் எடுத்திருக்கேன்ல, அதை நான் சொல்லும் போது எதுனா போதும். இப்போ டெஸ்ட் போட்டு பார்த்து ஆடியோ. ஹலோ ஹலோ ஹலோ, ஏன்னா இது வந்து வெளியில் போகிறாங்க. ஹலோ 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 ஹலோ, ஒரு நிமிஷம். ஹலோ 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 ஹலோ, வருதா பாருங்க. ஹலோ 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 வால்யூம் வருதா? இங்க ஸ்பீக்கர்ல வருதா? ஸ்பீக்கர்ல வருது. ஆன்ல தான் இருக்கா? ஹலோ 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 ஹலோ, லைட் மட்டும். ஹலோ ஹலோ, ரைட், ஓகே. ஹலோ ஹலோ Anmol sir. Devil.
Welcome back, dear participants. It is time to dive into the technical sessions. We anticipate your active participation and enthusiasm throughout the sessions. Now, may I please invite Dr. S. Kala, Associate Professor of English, Dean of International Collaboration and Foreign Students Welfare, Phil, to introduce our keynote speaker. Ma'am, please.
A pleasant morning to each one of you gathered here. As we commence this technical session, one that would offer both wisdom and purpose for our gathering today, I would like to quote from the book of Proverbs, chapter 1, verses 5, that says, "Let the wise hear and increase in learning, and the one who understands obtain guidance." These words reverberate with the truth of scholarship that's rooted in listening, in sharing, and in seeking understanding together. As we, an academic community, come together, let us hope and pray that this session would be an opportunity not just to present ideas, but to foster insight and ignite meaningful dialogue. In line with this, I take immense pleasure in welcoming and introducing our distinguished speaker for this session, Mr. Ebenezer Veerasingham, who will be addressing us on the topic, Approaching Diasporic Writings as Media of Prosthetic Memory. Mr. Veerasingham is currently a faculty member in the Department of Languages and Communication Studies at the Trincomalee campus of Eastern University, Sri Lanka. He is also pursuing his doctoral studies at Queen's University, Belfast, UK, where his research focuses on the representation of Sri Lankan migration experiences in diasporic literature, specifically through the lens of memory and identity formation. Mr. Veerasingham, an associate of Trinity College London with a distinction in speech and drama, holds a master's degree in English with communication studies from Christ University, Bangalore, and a bachelor's degree in English, psychology, and journalism from Bangalore University. With over a decade of experience in higher education, English studies, and youth engagement, Mr. Veerasingham has made significant contributions both inside and beyond the classroom. Besides, his unquenchable thirst for knowledge and his passionate undertakings of research pursuits get manifested in his scholarly presentations at numerous national and international academic conferences, exclusive contributions as book chapters, and journal articles on migration, memory, reconciliation, and literature. Further, he has also enthusiastically donned various new mantles that get reflected in the varied academic, editorial, and leadership capacities that he has served so far. His research interests span a range of interdisciplinary areas such as South Asian migration to the West, diasporic and post-colonial literature, memory studies, reconciliation processes, and the role of creative writing in higher education. The concept of prosthetic memory brings to this session first a compelling framework to understand how literary texts become carriers of memory that transcend lived experiences. Particularly in the context of diasporic communities, these writings help reconstruct fragmented histories, sustain cultural identity, and communicate intergenerational trauma. His current research is an insightful engagement with how literature functions as a cultural prosthesis, bridging memory gaps caused by forced migration, war, exile, or dislocation. What distinguishes Mr. Veerasingham as an especially fitting speaker for this topic is not only his academic rigor and literary expertise, but also the deeply personal nature of his intellectual journey. As a survivor of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, a committed educator and a doctoral scholar whose academic path was shaped through the global COVID-19 pandemic, he brings to his work a lived understanding of loss, resilience, and reconstruction, both personal and collective. Having lived and studied across Batacalo, Colombo, Bangalore, London, and Belfast, his perspectives are shaped by cultural hybridity, transnational experiences, and multilingual realities. This blending of academic depth and experiential insight allows him to approach diasporic literature not merely as a scholar, but as someone who intimately understands the emotional and cultural terrain it attempts to map. We are honored indeed to have one such academician, Mr. Ebenezer Brahman Veerasingham, to lead us in this session. We're truly privileged to have him among us today, and we look forward to an intellectually rich and thought-provoking presentation that will undoubtedly deepen our understanding of literature as a vital medium of memory and identity in the diasporic context. So may we all put our hands together to welcome Dr. Veerasan. Over to you, sir.
I can get a bit closer. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And it's a great day. It's wonderful to be with the Fatima College community. And I bring greetings all the way from Eastern University, Sri Lanka, and the place where I'm hailing from, Batticaloa, which is called Mattakalappu in Tamil. And also I bring greetings from Sri Lanka itself. It's wonderful to be a part of a research conference because research is the primary drive that could take forward higher educational institutions. I think Dr. Justin James has given a great prelude for my work and for my session that I would be dealing with. And I was very happy that he also brought up the topic of how literature can be used in the English language classroom. I'm sure that most of you seated here are undergraduate students, postgraduate students, and some of you must be students of philosophy who are doing your philosophical studies in English literature, ELT, and linguistics. So I remember that I'm not just addressing the Fatima College community and the students, but there is also a collection of researchers, early career researchers, and experts already in the field who are seated here in this international conference. I cannot move into my session without thanking Fatima College for inviting me, especially for the role that Dr. Christy Shanti has been playing in inviting us, keeping in touch with us, and ensuring that we are making it to this place in person. Thank you very much, madam. And this morning we were honored by the presence of Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, the Secretary of Fatima College, and Dr. Sister M. Fatima Mary, the Principal, Fatima College. I was also happy to listen and privileged to listen to Dr. Justin James, the keynote speaker, and thanks for all the lovely welcome and the great reception and the wonderful hospitality of Madurai, right? I've fallen in love with the place, right? And especially just as Madam was mentioning, had a quick chance to run around Meenakshi Temple and to venture into that place. I always wanted to make it to Madurai, but only now got the chance. And finally stopping at the Konar mess was wonderful. Right. Okay. So with that, let me move into the kind of work that we are going to discuss. I know that the undergraduate students here, you may be at the very first steps of looking at literature as a great medium for learning the various things that Dr. Justin James would have mentioned: vocabulary, getting to know cultures, getting to know how different perspectives could be. But more than all that, I also want to very philosophically and very systematically introduce you to one of the studies that I have been doing. Especially, I've been working on my doctoral studies on this particular topic. And I have a passion for diaspora. Probably you are hearing that word maybe as an undergraduate for the first time. And diaspora has various meanings, but to put it into a nutshell, it deals and talks and ventures into the idea of migrating from one place to another. In India itself, as a student, when I was an undergraduate at Bangalore University and a postgraduate at Christ University in Bangalore, I have seen how internal migration within the country, within the states itself, is studied in detail. And today, the term diaspora and diaspora studies and diasporic perspectives and diasporic literature, I want you to remember how the word diaspora has become a very sensitive adjective in this place: diasporic literature. And that has become an important canon of literature, especially for the South Asian countries in the post-colonial era. I'm using some terms that I'm pretty sure that the final years and the PG students are very familiar with, but maybe UG students, here and there, I would try to explain concepts, but I really want to be a bit focused on this, as there are also very senior scholars who are here who are pursuing their MPhil and PhDs. And there are also those who have already had their PhDs and continuing researchers as academics in higher education institutes. So today, I want to present to you how I have been looking at diasporic literature as a medium of prosthetic memory. Prosthetic memory is comparatively, when we compare it to other kinds of memory that we have in the literary studies, comparatively, it's quite new. And this is a very sociological and anthropological and a psychological view of memory. And as an interdisciplinary approach, I have learned to very systematically integrate this theory and this theoretical framework to study literature, especially diasporic literature. And I understand that I'm standing in Madurai, and I'm going to give a Sri Lankan perspective of the whole thing, which is just to make you a bit curious about, and make you aware of the numerous amount of diasporic literature that we have been, that has been accumulating in the post-colonial era. I know you must be knowing numerous Indian diasporic writers who are living in other countries and have been writing. But that's my point of departure today. And I want to question, what is diasporic literature? Can you just go to the front? Yeah, okay, let's move. Yeah, come back, right. So I'm going to just make a Sri Lankan perspective. And definitely from this, we can also discuss how the same framework could work for us in India and also in a South Asian perspective. Yes, can we move? Now, I am presenting this, and I did my doctoral studies on this particular topic at a very important time in Sri Lankan history. Because for Sri Lanka, this is a colonial era. And then a bit narrowing down is post-independence also. Post-civil war, we had a 30 years of civil war in Sri Lanka, which ended in 2009. And that the time after that has been very critical for Sri Lanka to develop itself in all different fields, especially also with its expressions in literature. And then I remember this also post-pandemic era, right? We had a pandemic that almost broke the entire system, even in India. But all of you may be aware how Sri Lanka was struggling for a while in the post-pandemic era, and there was an economic fall. There was a political downfall, and the system is again integrating. So at this time, it becomes a very critical thing to look at how the Sri Lankan literary paradigm reorients itself with the globalized ideologies of development and progress, as it makes it flexible for the integration and contribution of its diaspora in multifaceted ways. I should remind you how things were. As a PhD student, I wrote my introduction, right? I started writing my introduction and my literature review in my first year. I started my studies in 2019. Just 4 months into my studies, we had the pandemic. And the pandemic started changing the orientation. When I wrote my introduction for my PhD, I looked at Sri Lankan diaspora as something that is very much interested in its homeland, Sri Lanka. I remember how Sri Lankans living in all different countries came to Sri Lanka to vote for one of their favorite presidents and to make him win. But just 2-3 years down the line, we had a Sri Lankan diaspora that was not at all looking back at the country, just opposite to how things were in 2019 for the president's election. We had a huge outflow of Sri Lankans running away from the country because of the economic struggle, because of the political situation in the country. The passport office in Sri Lanka was struggling without passports. People had to wait 3-4 months for new passports to be printed and brought back and to be given. That was the situation. So within this course of my study itself, Sri Lanka had went through a mass change in its approach towards diaspora. Now, when it comes to diasporic writings, let me remind you, I have been challenging the perspectives of diasporic literature. If you look at YouTube, and if you just try to understand some of the net and UGC net coaching and some of these videos, because I was just watching some of them, and because I wanted to know how in India the recent takes on diasporic literature is, you would find that there is an idea that this is a literature produced by writers who are living abroad, who are living away from their homeland, who are living in host lands, right? There's a new word that I'm bringing in, host lands, the countries that are the lands that are hosting them. But I'm taking a different take on diasporic literature. Yes, it can be the literature that is the writings that are produced by writers who are living abroad, living away from their homeland. But at the same time, let us also remember there is also opportunities for writers who are resident in their own countries and who have heard of the diaspora experiences, and they could also write with their writing ability. And in my work, in my doctoral work, I brought in an integration of writers who are living abroad, resident writer, non-resident writers, or we call them expatriate writers, diasporic writers. And I've also brought in writers who are living in Sri Lanka itself and who are writing about life abroad, the diasporic experiences. So here we are bringing in a good integration of writers, not to categorize them by territory, not to categorize them by their own experience, rather to bring them together based on what they are writing. So I want you to remember that my perspective is not much on the writer. I'm not making my list of diasporic writings based on the writers, but I'm looking at what they are writing. And that's my thesis stands for. And that's what I have now started going around and talking about in different platforms of literature. Now, just the same one. Yeah, thanks. These 4 important things you could generally find. And if you are taking diasporic literature for your studies, and if you are writing an exam on diasporic literature, these 4 points can fetch you good marks. And and if you are a researcher in diasporic literature, these 4 pillars could keep driving your research more and more. One thing is that diasporic literatures generally explore migration experiences. Obvious, right? It explores a lot of migration experiences, how people migrate, what do they feel when they migrate, how do they accept the new culture, how do they integrate into the new culture. These kind of experiences are brought out through these literature. And this is something unique because we do not get this kind of writing with when we study literatures that are written by resident writers who are within. Or if you look at resident writers who are writing about life in our country, in the homeland. Now look at the words I've been using in the next point, challenges of identity and categorization. Look at those 3 words, categorization, territorialization, and polarization. These are 3 important points that we should remember when we approach diasporic writers. A lot of times, based on how they are writing, on what topic are they writing, they are categorized. They are categorized as diasporic writers. And that itself is a problem, right? Why can't we call them Sri Lankan writers? Why can't we call them Indian writers? Why do we have to put that label on them? I remember this wonderful poem that we have been studying at UG level, Don't Call Me Indo-Anglian, by Syed Amanuddin, right? And he talks about hyphens, and he talks about the difficulty of using hyphens. And he very openly says that I hate hyphens, because a lot of times we bring these writers into a category, and then we see we do not know to put them into a particular box, and then we bring in a hyphen and we gamble with their identity a lot of times. So categorization is a problem. And the second thing is territorialization. Based on territory, if you are living within the borders of Sri Lanka, yes, you are a resident writer. And if you are living away from the Indian borders, you're away from India. So you have no rights to talk about what's happening in your homeland, right? That kind of territorialization is happening in this section of literature. And then the polarization, we put them into different polars. And we say, you are in this pole, resident writer, you are in the opposite pole. And you expect them to write in opposing views. But that may not bring in the necessary integration that we want to study in literature. And then the next point is, this kind of a literature is evolving, is bringing in an evolution of generational perspectives. Now, probably we are having writers. Right now, we are having the same with Indian diasporic writers and Sri Lankan diasporic writers. We are having writers who are born and brought up in the foreign countries, in the diasporic life. Their parents would have migrated from homeland, and they are born and brought up in the host land, and they have been hearing narratives from their parents of how their childhood was, of how their life in the homeland was. Whenever they come for holidays, they get to live, they get a taste of what their homeland is. And then they begin to write. And so we are having a second or a third generation of writers from diasporic context who are writing. They do not have first-hand experiences much like what we may expect a writer to have. And then the final side of this is that this literature is indeed potential, and it can work as a bridge and a medium of memory. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about in detail as I move further. Now, generally, looking at the first point, diasporic literatures, they explore migration experiences, as I told you. They talk about push factors and pull factors. Now, push factors are the factors that are making you leave your country. And then you have pull factors that are attracting the people to the host lands, right? So a lot of times push factors are in the homeland and pull factors are in the host land. And these kind of literature, these kind of writings, they tell you in detail, they elaborate on these push factors and pull factors. And then you also have experiences of diasporic journeys and settlement. Recently, Sri Lanka has been having a lot of experiences of people trying to migrate to Australia from Sri Lanka by boat. Have you heard of that? Right? By boat. Many 2-3 weeks of, sailing on a small boat to Australia. And sometimes these boats do not reach the destined shores. So these experiences are different. And you also have experiences of people who have been migrating to countries during the war, during the economic fall, after the tsunami, 2004 tsunami. And the factors have been very devastating. And a lot of times, the way of travel is brought out. There are some writings, they talk about how Sri Lankans would migrate to Western countries like Germany, coming all the way to India by boat. And then from India, taking a route through the Himalayas, then Russia, and going through all different kinds of difficulties, being taken in lorries and containers. Sometimes the containers cannot be opened and the entire group of people die inside containers. They take so much of risks. And these experiences are brought in. Then you also come across xenophobic environments and trauma that is there in the diaspora. You have writings on gender, sexuality, and diasporic marriages. One of the very famous writers that most of the syllabus, even I had it in my syllabus at Christ University in Bangalore, is The Funny Boy by Shyam Selvadurai, right? A Sri Lankan, I'm again using the hyphen, a Sri Lankan writer living in Canada, right? A Sri Lankan Canadian writer, Shyam Selvadurai, talks about how a boy who has been struggling, a boy who was funny to his society because his gender identity was not sure for the people around him. And you find these kind of experiences of people struggling with gender and sexuality in their homeland. And how do they navigate this gender and sexuality in the hostlands? How the hostlands give them a platform to come out with their gender identity. Interestingly, diasporic writings also talk about diasporic returns and homecoming. They also talk about what happens when diaspora returns to their homeland. It not only talks about a permanent return, it also talks about coming home for holidays. You may be having some cousins, some aunts and uncles, your relatives who are living in foreign countries, especially in the West, especially in the Middle East, and they come for holidays to spend holidays in India. And you would find the difficulty that they have in fitting in, right? Sometimes we may think things to be very snobbish. We think that they are trying to show off, but it's a struggle that they really have. It's a struggle of coming back home. It's a struggle in homecoming, right? And the homecoming experiences are not easy. Not everyone would understand. And they have the difficulties. And these kind of writings bring out such topics. And the last one is something that I am personally working on. Probably I'm coining this term and I'm bringing that into diasporic literature through my doctoral thesis, where I looked at trans spaces and transspatiality, where I'm talking about, to tell it in very easy terms, a home away from home, right? Trans spaces. Wherever the diaspora lives, that diaspora tries to establish a home in the hostland, right? It's a trans space. These must be very simple ones, like, having a Swami picture in your house in London, and then having an elephant, a wooden carved elephant, and the smell of spices always coming out, right? And plenty of tea, cinnamon tea, cardamom tea, the masala tea, the taste in all different senses, it works. And the sound of probably Lata Mangeshkar or, A.R. Rahman's songs going on. This is a trans space that we create. Even in the hostland, we are creating a home away from home. And a lot of experiences happen in these trans spaces. And I find in these diasporic literatures, these kind of experiences are very meticulously brought by the writers. Yes. And this I've talked about earlier. Yes, we could move. Now, I'm having three important scholars that I have a very high regard when it comes to people who are studying Sri Lankan diasporic literature. And to mention, Ruvani Ranasinghe has not only limited herself with Sri Lankan diasporic literature, she has been studying South Asia in detail. She has been looking at a lot of Indian diasporic writers, Pakistani writers, Bangladeshi writers, and she has been a versatile person. Interestingly, she was my PhD examiner, right? So I was privileged to have her as my examiner. So I'm taking three, and I'm not specifically mentioning what are these ideas coming from whom, but these are a collection of ideas that are coming from Minoli Salgado, who is a great scholar in diasporic literature, but she herself is a diasporic writer. She is a professor of English literature in the UK. Ruvani Ranasinghe is again a professor of global literature at King's College London. And Shelva Kanaganayagam was a great writer and a literary critic living in Canada. Now, look at the first idea that comes. Expatriate writers are a lot of times expatriated. They are thrown away from the system and they are told, you have no rights to talk about Islam because you are not living here. There's a lot of resident criticism that comes and tries to put them away. Criticisms of using exotism and politics of homeland to commodify the experiences to the Western readership. A lot of times you find, indeed, when somebody is writing about Sri Lanka, when somebody is writing about India, no wonder that they write about Taj Mahal. No wonder they write about snake charmers. No wonder they write about elephants. No wonder they write about waterfalls. Right? No wonder they bring Ravana into the picture. No wonder they bring in, the kind of connection that the South Asian region would have hundreds and hundreds years ago. But a lot of times, diasporic writers face criticisms of exotism, that they are using these countries as an exotic place so that their books will sell. That's the word commodify, right? That their books will sell well for the Western readership. And indeed, I find a lot of Sri Lankan diasporic writings have war in them. 25 years of war has very much, 3 decades of war have very much, the war has very much influenced the memories that people have about their homeland. And it's so unavoidable that this point comes into a lot of writings. But the criticism is a lot of writers are using the homeland politics as a way to commodify, because they know if we talk about Sri Lankan war in my book, the book will sell well. This is the criticism. But we should understand it from a very different perspective, and we could talk about that in detail. So there is an invitation for bringing the work of resident and non-resident writers into creative and critical judgment, alignment. That's very important. So I'm working as an evangelist for such a thing. Not to categorize them, not to territorialize them, not to keep them afar, not to polarize them, but to bring all of the works that are having diasporic experiences and to integrate them into an alignment. And we find that's just one word I want all of you to remember, that this kind of an alignment would de-territorialize the writers and it will bring them together. Now look at the last point I have brought from these writers. What the diaspora writes about the home is also important. At the same time, what the home writes about the diaspora is also very important, right? So we have a group of non-resident writers who are writing about even the life in Sri Lanka, in India. And we also have a group of people who are, living in Sri Lanka, in India, and who are writing about life outside. Now, this is where I'm bringing in the idea of prosthetic memory. Have you heard about the word prosthesis? Prosthesis is a very medical term, right? When somebody has gone through an amputation, right? Removal of a part of their arm or leg. After a while, they are given a prosthesis, right? A prosthesis. A prosthetic arm, we could call it, that is fixed so that they can do some basic functions like they are having their original hand. Now, prosthetic memory comes from Alison Landsberg, and she first talked about this in her book, Prosthetic Memory, The Transformation of American Remembrance in an Age of Mass Culture, published in 2004. So relatively, 20 years of run has gone on exploring this kind of a memory. And I'm pretty sure that some of you who are interested in studying historical novels, and if you are going to look at partition writings, if you're going to look at some of the post-colonial writings that are talking about colonial times, this theory may be something that you could use, and a very potential one that I find. Now, this prosthetic memory is a form of memory not derived from personal experience, but acquired through mediated representations like literature, film, and historical narratives. Now, this is the model and the theory that I'm using to integrate diasporic literature, especially resident and non-resident writers, to bring them together. Now, let me talk to you about the three components that are very important according to Landsberg when we talk about prosthetic memory. I named it triumvirate, right? The triumvirate of the three important parts, the three essentials of the memory: the person, a historical narrative, an experiential site. Can we move to the next? Yeah. So this is a kind of a model that I have worked on. And I've kind of tried to bring that into a graphical presentation of what I have understood prosthetic memory would be. Maybe there may be perspectives of others. Look at that. Now, the basic idea of prosthetic memory is when a person already having a narrative about an incident is a potential person, right? Because the person is there and there's a narrative in that person's head. This person has already heard a narrative about an incident or a place, a time or a space. And this person goes through an experiential site. An experiential site. A site, a situation, a place that is very similar to what that historical event would have taken place in. Now look at that, the person, the individual who is there. And this is where I am trying to integrate this theory into a literary study. I'm looking at this person as the reader, right? The person who is reading the novel, probably a fiction, right? And while this person has read this novel, this person, this reader has already got a narrative in their head, right? They have a narrative with them. Now, that person is probably visiting a place, either the same place or a place that is very much similar to what the narrative has taken place. Now, that person starts to get prosthetic memory. A very easy example of when yesterday I was visiting the Meenakshi Sundareswara temple, Rameshana was giving me a good description of what happens in the temple for so long, right? He was giving me a good description of what has been happening for the last 600 years, every day in the temple. So now I'm a person, I've got a narrative in my head. And he was talking about how every day the elephant and a horse would come with a kudam to the Vaihai Aru, right? Vaihai River, and how they would collect water, right? And go for the daily, ceremony in the temple. I heard the narrative, and as a person, I had the narrative. Soon after we took the next turn, we saw the elephant coming, right? We saw the elephant coming. And there was a cow in front of that. And we saw the elephant coming. And there were people behind. And I saw someone carrying a kudam. I had a prosthetic memory of what would have been happening in the last hundreds and hundreds of years. This is what happens when you also visit a place that you have been studying in your textbooks, probably a historically famous place, and you go and stand there. The narrative is already in your head, and you go and stand there, and you suddenly remember, looks like I've lived in this place. Looks like I've lived in that time. For a lot of us who read partition fictions and writings on partition time, independence movements, whenever we go through museums, whenever we go through important places where some incidents had taken place, we encounter prosthetic memory. And this prosthetic memory, let's remember, it is not just an imagination, it is a physical, sensual absorption of what would have happened. It hits your five senses, right? Either the smell or the vision or the taste or the feeling of touch that you feel. So this is where I'm taking memory as an experiential interface, where memory can be an experiential interface. Now, Alison Landsberg, who developed this theory, she herself was a museum curator, right? And one day, when she was setting up her museum to set up the Nazi camps in which the Jewish were poisoned by gas, right? When she was setting up the museum for an exhibition on Second World War and the Nazi camps, what happened was suddenly her the smoke pipe in the museum had a leak, and there was smoke started coming into the museum. And Landsberg says that was a moment when she had a prosthetic memory of the Nazi camps, right? As I mentioned earlier, a medical metaphor, and we are going to look at how literature can work like a prosthetic arm, how it can work like a prosthesis. And then it makes a good contribution to diasporic literature. You know why? There is, first of all, there is a huge diaspora, a Sri Lankan diaspora, an Indian diaspora that is living away from the homeland and that doesn't know what has happened in the homeland. And they get to read narratives. And once they read the narratives, we know one day when they go through an experiential site, they are going to be having prosthetic memory. In the same way, you could find readers who are in India, readers who are in Sri Lanka, get to read about life abroad, even though they have never visited a foreign country. They get to receive narratives of life abroad. And one day, when they go through an experiential site, either they could visit a foreign country and have a similar situation, or they could visit a place that is very much similar to the place that has been described in the novel. They can have prosthetic memory, right? Can we move to this? So this has a transformative potential, and that's the very reason why I am voting for and I'm speaking for this kind of an integration and theory. Because as a person who is willfully working for the diaspora, who is interested in connecting the diaspora with its homeland, and also as a person who is studying literature, right, who is doing research in literature, I am looking at this as a potential, a potential material and a potential way to approach. The main reason is that it kind of brings in a subjectivity in the reader. People may have prejudices about life in homeland, about life in hostlands. People may have stereotypes about life in the homeland, life in hostlands. But these kind of narratives that makes people feel that they have a lived experience, both in the homeland and the hostland, makes them think about their ideas again. They rethink and they look at, is the perception that I'm having about this particular place and the people, is it correct? So there's a good chance of, a change in the attitude towards this community. So that's where politically, ethically, you would have perspectives, and this kind of an orientation has a good opportunity to change those perspectives. Now look at the way how I have worked out. I've taken the person first of all, and before we talk about literature, before we talk about reading and writing, let's remember that a diasporic person, a person who is living abroad itself, is this good example. And then that person goes through, imbibes a narrative about his place. And then that person goes through diasporic experiences in experiential sites. And a lot of times in the novels that I read, a lot of times in the fictions, especially that I read, I find these three happening. So let me remind you that I have done my research in two different levels. One is I find a model of prosthetic memory world inside the novels itself. I usually find the characters, the diasporic subject that I mentioned, the characters themselves in the novels, they probably, let's say, a girl who is living in Canada, born and brought up in Canada, to Sri Lankan parents, and is hearing about how grandmother makes appam in Sri Lanka. And she is a diasporic subject, and she has heard a narrative. And tomorrow, when she is, let's say, when she is visiting one of the Sri Lankan friends' house, let's say for some special thing like Deepavali celebration or some Sithira Puthande celebration, she is visiting a house and they are making appam now, right? She's going and standing near this aunt who is making appam. Where? In Canada, in a trance space. There's a good chance that she immediately gets a memory like she has been standing near her grandmother making appam, right? Okay, so I find this happening inside the novels itself. So within these fictions itself, you have a world of prosthetic memory that is continuously working, and the accumulation of this memory is changing the perspectives of the characters that I'm studying. It's changing the perspectives of my protagonists who have very different ideas about their homeland or hostland. Right? Okay. Shall we move to the next? Right. And this is the next level. I'm taking the whole Sri Lankan diasporic literature, the book itself, as a narrative. Now, this is where we meet as people who are studying literature. We have to be concerned about writers, writing, and readership, right? And this is where we come across and we realize the books that we are having in our hands, the novels, the fictions that we are having in our hands are prostheses, are memory prostheses. Because some person who is reading a Sri Lankan or an Indian diasporic literature, a book, right? And they have had a narrative about homeland or hostland. And later, either in their homeland or in the hostland, when they go around, when they come across experiential sites, they find themselves to be having personally felt memories. I'm again repeating that word, that phrase, personally felt memory. All of us have memories. All of us have memories about 1950s and 1960s. And these are memories that have been given to us by our parents, our grandparents, our teachers, right? And our ancestors. But prosthetic memory makes you feel that you have personally gone through that experience. I'm almost finishing. And good that I decided not to go into the details of some of the novels. But I want to quickly run through to give a taste of how this could work, right? Just 4 examples. I'll just rush through. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, I've taken these out of the many writers that I've studied. I've taken Chandani Lokuge's If the Moon Smiled. She's living in Australia. Ramesh Gunasekara, he is a very famous writer. I've taken his Heaven's Edge. He is living in the United Kingdom. Naomi Munavira, Island of a Thousand Mirrors, living in the United States. And then Shyam Selvadurai, The Hungry Ghosts, his most famous novel, and in Canada. Now look at the first thing. I'm just having, now Chandani Lokuge's If the Moon Smiled is a novel about a girl, about a woman who has had Mantri, right? The girl Mantri, who has had a great childhood, but a traumatic childhood then at the end of her childhood, a traumatic time in Sri Lanka. And later she gets married and she migrates to Australia, right? So she was a person, and during her childhood, she has been having narratives about womanhood and wifehood. She has been living in a very conventional, traditional society. And her father, mother, her grandmother, and the people around her have been kind of telling her how to navigate the society as a woman with womanhood and wifehood. But then, can go back. But when she goes to Australia, indeed we know she is not living in the place where she lived as a child, but she is going through experiences of wifehood and motherhood in Australia, where at every point she's realizing that she is having memories of how her mother, how her grandmother would have come across similar situations, managing children, managing the issues in a family as a wife, and dealing with troublesome children. She's having prosthetic memories of her ancestors. Next slide. Mark, a child who has been born and brought up in the United Kingdom, receives a video that was sent by his father, who was working for the Royal Air Force in Sri Lanka. His father never returned. He never saw his father. But one day Mark decides, let me go and visit the island that my father died in. And he has already watched this video that his father has sent him about all the places, all the hills, waterfalls, flowers, and the Ravana's flying peacock and all that, right? He has showed him in the video. Now, when Mark returns to the country, to his homeland, every step that he's keeping is giving him a personally felt memory, as if he has been walking near his father, that he has traveled to these important places like with his father, holding his father's hands, and he has been watching the whole thing. Next. Naomi Munavira's Island of a Thousand Mirrors talks in detail a lot about the Sri Lankan riots and war and how things work. And here we are having the protagonist called Yashodhara, right? Yashodhara is hearing a lot of news while living in America. She's hearing a lot of news about Sri Lanka and its war and the bomb blasts. When she is returning to Sri Lanka to visit Sri Lanka, her own sister dies in a bomb blast, right? And when Yashodhara comes to that place and watches her sister's body, she realizes that she is having a memory of 30 decades. She's having a personal memory of all that she has been hearing for so many years in the radio, through the television. She feels like she has lived all that. Let's go to the last slide. Shyam Selvadurai's The Hungry Ghost. Shivan, he is gay, and this person has been trying to navigate his identity in Canada, living there. And he has been hearing a lot about Sri Lanka's political situations, especially. And since Shivan has been hearing a lot about how Sri Lankan law treats homosexuality, right? When he comes back to his country, when he visits, he is having a homosexual relationship with another person in the country, and that person gets killed, right? That person is murdered, and he's having a personal memory, prosthetic memory of how all those people who are showing different identity would have been, what they've been facing, right? So let's come to the last one, and I'm ending. I've already got a note saying, right, so this has finally helped me while taking this kind of an approach. It has helped me to bring a lot of diasporic experiences, crisscross, homeland experiences to the diaspora, diasporic experiences to the homeland. And it has helped me to see how prosthetic memory works within the novels itself through my characters. And plus, it has helped me how diasporic literature itself as a medium of memory, how can it integrate and how can it bring together a critical alignment. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. And I hope it has enabled a good idea within you. Thank you very much. Any questions that you would like to ask? Or we could move. Any suggestions, any ideas? Okay, let's move on then. Right, thank you.
Gratitude is the fairest blossom that springs from the soul. Having been intellectually the enlightened session by Dr. Ebenezer, it is only fitting that we now express our heartfelt thanks. I now invite Dr. Jipriya, Assistant Professor of the PG and Research Department of English, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I record our special thanks to Professor Dr. Ebenezer B. Veerasingam. It was a wonderful lecture on approaching diasporic writers as mediums of prosthetic memory. Sir, your discourse, interspersed with nostalgic experiences, both individual and collective, reflected the complexities of navigating between cultures and the impact of migration. Elaborating the concepts of categorization and polarization, your lecture offered unique insights on how literature operates as a bridge and a medium. It encapsulated the spectrum of resident and non-resident writers in diasporic literature. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful lecture. And of course, it was an amalgamation of mediated representations like literature, media, and historical narratives and your personal perceptions. Thank you, sir.
Language and literature converge not just through text, but through the voices that carry them forward. To take us into the next enriching session, I call upon Dr. S. Aarti, Assistant Professor of PG and Research Department of English, to welcome and introduce the resource person.
Warm greetings to all. It's both an honor and delight to introduce our distinguished resource person for technical session 2, Mr. Arul Prabhakaran Gasper, a seasoned educationist and a dynamic language facilitator, currently teaching academic English to international students studying for a Master of Engineering at the University of New South Wales, College, Australia. Sir is a proud alumnus of the American College, Madurai. He also has a Master of Education in TESOL from the University of Wollongong, Australia. He served as an assistant professor of English at Christ University, Bangalore from 2012 to 22. A noteworthy aspect is that Sir is the mentor of our previous speaker, Dr. Ebenezer B. Veerasingham, whose scholarship reflects Mr. Gasper's own passion for bridging linguistic theory with classroom practice. Driven by global outlook on education, Mr. Gasper expanded his professional horizons through training and teaching experiences in Australia. Sir is a prolific writer whose articles have been published on LinkedIn. His scholarly contributions span a wide range of topics, including the art of crafting scholarly communication, use of generative AI chatbots in ELT practice, reflections on diaspora experience, and much more. We are fortunate to have such a speaker. Sir is going to speak on the compelling topic, reconciling identity and pedagogy, positioning Indian English as an autonomous variety while navigating the role of academic English in Indian higher education. We look forward to an insightful session that challenges linguistic hierarchies and opens up meaningful dialogue on the convergence of language, identity, and pedagogy. Over to Mr. Arul Prabhakaran Gasper.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So once again, good afternoon to one and all present here. And I deem it a greater privilege to be part of this one-day international conference on language and literature, where they converge or where they come together and negotiate. And also, I thank you for the entire team behind this particular conference. All right, quickly getting into the topic here. Reconciling identity and pedagogy. So where I want to position Indian English as an autonomous variety or endo-normative stabilized variety that has got its unique linguistic variety within, stemming from a particular tradition, while navigating the role of academic English in our Indian higher education system. So my name is Arul Prabhakaran Gaspa once again. I've been teaching at UNSW College since 2023 in November in the capacity of education professional language facilitator. All right, so I have a certain justification to talk about the reconciliation, resolving conflicts or finding common grounds when we come with academic English or standard English according to the Western style of writing, and certain teaching methods, methodologies, and philosophies that we use to facilitate learning and development in students. And I would encourage you to look at this online communication, a piece of online communication, a random one that I have chosen here for your reading. if you could go through this piece of online communication, you may capture personalized tone and reflection of a politeness norms impacted by our local variety or local languages, and then the display or demonstration of formal display or maintaining the hierarchy in our addressing, maybe the power relations that you come across over there. And also the respectful style of communicating or expressing our thoughts. All these factors or aspects you find, they will be operating on our communication. So we're going to focus on whether these are limiting our capacity in terms of academic expression, or they are part of endo-normative stabilized variety. I mean, it has its own rhythm, pretty unique linguistic variety. That's what we're going to discuss. Therefore, the justification is to not conforming to the standard English in the world, but finding common grounds or resolving conflicts that we have with the global English. So that's my stand here. All right, I have three crucial questions to ponder. Number one, how can we affirm the local identity while aligning with the Western academic norms? Do we recognize Indian English as a norm-developing, endo-normatively stabilized variety according to Mukherjee and Bernays, rather than a kind of a deviation from British English? And finally, how can we encourage pedagogies that validate structural and semantic innovations in Indian English when we train students to code switch from one language to another for global academic environments? All right. Now, before getting into all these questions, let's focus on the first question here. How does the identity issue here matters in our Indian context? Now, look at this. When we talk about the identity issue, I'm taking the first question. English was imported to India historically, dates back 400 years plus. So the foundation of English in a way got acquired for the purpose of administration. So nobody can forget Lord Macaulay, 1835, the Macaulay's Minute, clearly focused on creating a class of go-getters between the English and the native Indians to manage the mass, to manage the crowd. So the English was introduced for the administrative purpose. Therefore, it was a great employment opportunity for our some educated or semi-skilled individuals to pick up English for a specific purpose where they would get a job. And then English, the next identity issue here, how it got repurposed for our mobility purpose today. We go across India and beyond the borders, crossing the waters, and for the purpose of integrating one India. the nation. Then how you find over there English is used as a neutral link today, because we have a 600 plus languages used in India. And now English is used as a fine link to bring people together. And the neo-colonial situation here, English is used as the de facto language in our academia, because we have a British English and also we have American English. In the fifth rung, you will find over there here, the conflict we do have between students and their multilingual repertoires or resources and the institutional expectations today. So we have Indian English, we have our identity issue over there. And then we have a need for Indian English to be recognized as a norm-developing now. It's a legitimate variety. 400 years plus a travel along with our specific tradition, culture, society. So I'm talking about socio-cultural linguistic concerns. When I mean that the values or practices, our language use in our daily life, and then our unwritten codes, rules and regulations governing our behavior within a specific group, all put together. And we have our Indian English today. And the next is, it's our time not to conform to a standard English again. At the same time, it's time to counter linguistic inferiority. Before what I want to say, English, Indian English, as a specific, unique linguistic variety, that's what we have today. So the overview of my presentation, I have 5 aspects or 5 areas to talk about. Indian English, its identity and legitimacy in the world, and academic English in Indian higher education, its role in our curriculum, in our instruction, in our classroom, and the tensions that we hold or challenges we hold today. Then some promising pedagogical strategies, then a couple of recommendations. Maybe I would encourage you to look at this box over there. You will find batchmate, pass out, pre-poem. They are our Indian varieties. They stem from our culture, our tradition. So classmate, we have a batchmate. Pass out, we use to graduate. We have a postpone, but we have come out with a pre-poem. And look at you're coming. No, it's a question tag. You're coming, aren't you? No, you're coming. No, pretty short. Small things, the reduplication, fast. You come to Australia, they will use super hot. So again, I would say that Australian English is a variety. So the way in India, with our Indian English, we use a fast, and then we do have here super hot. All right. So what is Indian English? At the bottom, you have Salman Rushdie, Arundhati Roy, known for their hybrid writing, hybrid linguistic variety, use in their writing, creative way of introducing grammatical structure. We will look up soon at those areas. Now, so the first, and I talk about historically, I would take you back to 1835. When we talk about Indian English, you find English for Indians, as I said, it was introduced to create a class. Therefore, it is for administrative purpose. Now, from administrative purpose, for the language use as a foreign language, and today it is a traveled up to a tool of empowerment and then national progress. Maybe Ashcroft's The Empire writing back. So when we read, okay, that particular text, and then we do understand how English language or the Indians used English as a variety against the established English. That is our Indian English. So the trajectory, if you could look at, after 1947, there was a great transition from a foreign language to English considered associate official language for education, a national integration. And now you find English is used as a native language or a local resource among certain urban middle-class families and children in India. I mean, some of the families, they can only understand English through their reading text, interacting with texts like Salman Rushdie's, and then Arundhati Roy's, and then many Indian great writers. Their interaction with such texts, hybridized texts, made them acquire such language. Therefore, English is their predominant language at home. Therefore, you speak their mother tongue. Children in India, they will ask you to translate. Otherwise, they can't understand. They have gone to that point. That is our Indian English. And third, Indian English is politically nativized and institutionalized variety that is spoken in India nowadays. Therefore, what I want to say, Indian English is pretty legitimate, and it's an evolving system from within with specific linguistic tradition. Therefore, it's a following values and practices and unwritten codes and rules. They govern our behavior to, have our English in place. Before I said, so it's a time for us to resolve certain conflicts and also to move toward considering a no more inferior, but it's a variety. All right. So how you will find the fourth area, you could see here, the position of Indian English, lexical, phonological, and syntactic features in our text, in our writing. They are influenced by regional languages. As I said, it's not only socio-linguistic, socio-cultural linguistic variety, and then, of course, colonial baggage. So this is what our Indian English when we think about. Now, the next I'm taking to legitimize our Indian English. According to Kachru's 3 circles of a model of a world Englishes, look at this. There's 3 circles: inner, outer, expanding. Inner goes with Western English-speaking countries, as you know, from US to New Zealand. And then with expanding, you go with Russia, China, and then Japan, where they use English as a foreign language. So leaving those 2 circles, inner and then expanding, the outer, where English is considered a second language, India, Singapore, Nigeria, and then many more. Therefore, this I'm locating here, the context is historically, functionally, and socio-linguistically, and then I contextualize to legitimate our Indian English as a norm-developing and endo-normatively. It's a stabilized variety. It means how it's pretty legitimate. it has its specific linguistic variety. It can stand on its own because of its values and then practices. It has got a 400 years of history. So that's how Indian English is looked at as a variety. Now, the next area would be Indian English academic English in our Indian higher education system, how it is operating today. So number one, you will find we use academic English for higher order comprehension. Maybe sometimes to, if you want to improve your scores, generally you want to improve your grade, and then students are encouraged to read hard texts, academic texts. In order to read academic texts, and then you need to have a higher order comprehension. And then, of course, you will find when you read such a text, this academic English helps you to have intellectual exchanges with the auditors. Of course, you are going to interact with such complex and then focused texts, according to Lee. And you find academic English is associated with high-stake language proficiency. For example, today, even in India, certain colleges and universities, to get your admissions, they ask you to sit IELTS, TOEFL, PTE, person test, English, and then you find language cert exam that's newly coming up now. They're all essential for, and in order to crack those exams, and then we need to have a higher stakes language proficiency. And the third, you find academic English is pretty complicated, focused, using specialized words, academic conventions to reach a particular community of a practice where they use specific conceptual ideas. Therefore, you need to orient toward such discipline-specific writing, interaction, and then the community. So you need to refer to citation, so all conventions. So academic English plays a specific role in our Indian higher education. So therefore, if you could look at Indian English, which is an autonomous variety now to negotiate with or resolving certain disagreement or conflicts with academic English to set standard. Look at this, a text. Look at the student text, the first text. If you could read the first text quickly, I'm not going to read the entire, but maybe I may focus on certain. There are two majors. One is subjective. This kind of a testee may not get. The testee is provided. It's very easy. It's very easy. The tester feels easy. The tester must be careful in preparing. This kind of a test, Look at the text, word choices, lexical chains, linking words used over there. So maybe you might have noticed the repetition and also the structure with most of the simple sentences over there used. Or the main idea with a supporting idea where you will have an example references with the wrap-up and then may not have the trace, but a non-standard text from one of the postgrad students. Look at the next text, the empowerment of women. It's a lecture. Look at the text. If you could read this text, and then you will understand how they use subject-specific registers or specific vocabulary or conceptual ideas across somewhat a standard text over there used. You find over there ultrasonic, gender of a fetus, a phrase over there. Teleconference is sitting, it's a phrase. Infrastructure, for the wake. So the conquest of a science revolutionized genetic engineering, prevention of a disease. So all these phrases you find, they have a specific subject, specific discipline or order. Now, why I would say that these are now, when it comes to academic English or intellectual comprehension, conceptual ideas. All right, now I'm taking you to, though we have seen academic English in our Indian higher education, now its role in our curriculum and publishing and instruction. So, what is the role of English for academic purposes or English for academic writing? Primarily, it is used in our curricula for developing academic literacy. Therefore, English medium instruction is a shift. It's used as a shift for its relevance in our academic English. I mean, you will find teaching specific content through English language. That's a role in our curricula today. And also, academic English is used for a disciplinary success. It means academic language skills which are embedded within a particular content, subject, specific discipline content, it is embedded within, and that is used here to attain academic language skills. Therefore, it is more of a disciplinary success. So I'm not talking about employment purpose. So the role of academic English is to orient you or me or anybody from a particular community of a practice to develop, to orient them. So their disciplinary success is attained through such academic skills. That's the role of academic English. The next you find over there, academic publishing in India, of course. I wouldn't say that controlled by, maybe dominated by Western academic writing for academic interactions, for global scholarship. So English is not just a communication tool, but you find that it's a force of a dominance to produce academic knowledge in the global academia. And the next you'll find over there, okay, instruction of a language features, and then our discourse, the conventions, they all get aligned with the Western academic norms. Of course, today, so many premier colleges, institutions, unis in India, they have exchange programs. They tie up with, Western unis and colleges, and then they send their students over there to go to have a cross-cultural and then academic learning and then come back home. So you will find over there, their language features, discourse, conventions here, they should get aligned with the Western academic norms. If that's the case, academic discourse socialization takes place. So the role of academic English is to develop a social practice among a group of a community of a practice over there. It means how there's a social practices happening in a group, a specific discipline specific practice between students and the instructors within a particular community. When I mean a particular community, maybe subject discipline courses that we have, maybe sociology, maybe political science, maybe academic English or genre writing. So academic discourse, socialization, that's a role of academic English. And of course, certain elite Indian institutions, how they are dominated by academic English in order to meet the demand of a global interaction, global scholarship. So these are the roles of academic English in our curriculum, publishing, and then instructions. Now, we do have certain challenges for academic English in our higher education, in our Indian higher education. Number one, code switching. You need to understand that code switching is not deficient. It's not a deficient within. So it's not a problem. So there is no deficiency in that. For example, it's a communicative resource. It's not a problem because it fosters solidarity among peers, learners. It enhances the learning. Number one. But the tension, an ongoing tension between English-only policies, what we have, and the real classroom needs, if you could come across, there are certain areas where you will find teachers will force or orient our students to talk only English, speak only English, think only English. Of course, that comes from monolingual ideologies. So if there is such a tension where we orient students to speak only English to improve your English, then we deny the art of our endonormatively stabilized variety. That is our specific linguistic variety, that is our Indian English used in the classroom. So code switching, okay, there is a tension whether to using two languages. Of course, when I say code switching, what they do, they use maybe English in the classroom to discuss. When they go out to brainstorm, to get a further idea, they may use their own specific tongue, a language. It's called a code switching, I mean. There is a tension. The next, learners' language insecurity is there. I mean, students' anxiety level, you find it's on the rise toward mastering Western academic English. I mean, trying to conform to the established pattern English rather than negotiating, rather than reconciling or resolving conflicts, where we find a reason. Why would they do that? Because our society is stratified. Oh, English is the elite language, whereas my regional one, my mother tongue, is not pretty inferior. So you find a power imbalance play, and we hold our prestige language ideologies. Or, we need to comply with our institution hierarchies. I mean, English, yeah, you speak English and then that's the best. Oh, my language, no. We have, so students, they have their insecurity that stops them from participating or resolving the conflicts. And the third, teachers' position between giving standard English and then accepting learners multilingual, resources, repertoires, I would say that. So teachers also, they have a problem. They try their best to give standard English at the cost of taking students coming from varied backgrounds with their linguistic diversity when they come, taking their resources. These are the tensions or challenges for academic English in our higher education we do have. So you can see here, once again, that I pop up here the same example that I gave you to justify my presentation. But I have 4 questions for you. What Indian English variety can you capture in the email? What could be your reaction? I mean, as a teacher, what could be your reaction to this text, this English? Of course, with the personalized tone, politeness in excess, maintaining the order of a hierarchy, very respectful in dealing with wording everything. So what could be the implication of academic English? How do you strike a balance? How are we going to resolve with the conflicts? There are certain areas to be disagreed with, fine, but how are we going to agree to disagree? What would you do as a teacher? So are we going to write in future to humbly request, or do we have an equal academic expression, academic word or phrase over there to, to negotiate, to resolve this conflict? I would encourage you to ponder. Maybe taking these 4 questions will help us to understand. Now, there are certain promising pedagogical strategies that could be followed to resolve the conflicts, the disagreements what we have. One is translanguaging in practice. When I mean translanguaging in practice, it's a method of a bilingual performance. So it's a pedagogical approach to our teaching. When I mean that, you will find, in order to communicate, you will shuttle between English and your mother tongue, English and your use of language in your daily life, and for comprehension, and then for your interaction, you'll be shuttling between. Therefore, what Anthony et al., they put forth here, this translanguaging in practice, of course, you will find, can be used to develop a knowledge. Therefore, we are not just consume knowledge for our employment purpose. We are talking about our developing academic literacy. So our Indian English as endo-normatively stabilized variety can be used to develop a knowledge and produce knowledge. Therefore, multilingual reading is for our comprehension, and multilingual writing is for our deeper understanding. In that way, we can participate and academically interact with a global scholarship, and we can narrow down the linguistic gaps we have. That could be a kind of resolving the conflicts. And second, plurilingual approaches can be used in our teaching and learning. So our focus on the development of a functional competence across the languages. I mean, from English to other. So English, any language that you take later, okay, the plurilingual approach is used to develop functional competence. So hybridity in language use. Kanagaraja, a leading linguist, applied linguist here, He says, okay, languages, they get meshed up with each other to form hybrid grammatical and communicative practices. That's what you will find with Arundhati Roy's The God of the Small Thing, God of the Small Things when you read. That's what you would find with Salman Rushdie. So they used creative language, keeping Indian tradition, values, norms in place. So hybridity in language use could develop a knowledge to increase our comprehension and to offer us a deeper understanding. Therefore, we can produce knowledge. And then you don't separate a language to develop a competence. Therefore, there is no more separating, okay, English from Indian English. So there is no compartmentalization. So you will find, okay, we shuttle from English to Indian language for the purpose of resolving. So it's all about linguistic flexibility so that we could master academic interaction globally. And then the third strategy could be how we build our critical language awareness among students. So we are here to enable the language learners to understand, how language choices are connected with the power. So English, we are in the position to help our students understand or realize that English is connected to power, dominance, socio-ideological dynamics, and marginalization. Therefore, we're not going to feel so inferior when we use our language. So there is no linguistic inferiority. That should be the realization. So we should enable our language learners to understand, okay, we are shuttling between, okay, English and Indian English as an endonormatively stabilized variety or a unique linguistic variety. And then power structures, how it's built around English, and also how it's built around our autonomous variety regional languages. So we need to bring our students to such awareness. That could be strategies used. And so finally, I would say that there's a road to reconciliation and then some recommendations. Therefore, language teaching should be for empowerment. It's for academic success. It should be far beyond employment. Indian English is to scaffold academic English learning. So acknowledgement of a linguistic identity. Therefore, let's acknowledge Indian English with its endonormatively stabilized variety, specific linguistic variety, rather than compromising, standards. So let's train our students to reread text to embrace linguistic diversity, and let's inculcate reflective writing on one's language choice. Thank you. Hello? I'm done with this.
Sir, thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights. May I kindly invite Ms. Esther, Assistant Professor of English, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's my privilege and honor to deliver the word of thanks for the technical session 2 for the international conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, the Department of English, Fatima College, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Arul Prabhaharan Gaspar, Education Professional Language Facilitator, University of New South Wales College, Australia, for his enriching and thought-provoking session. Sir, your insights on the dynamics between identity and pedagogy were both profound and timely. Your lucid exploration of Indian English as an empowered and autonomous variety, especially in the context of academia, has not only challenged traditional frameworks, but also inspired fresh perspectives among us. Your talk reminded us that language is not merely a tool of communication, it's an expression of culture, identity, and intellectual autonomy. We are especially grateful for the clarity and conviction with which you have addressed a complex topic, making it accessible and deeply engaging for all of us. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable time and expertise with us today. It has indeed added immense value to our conference and to each of us as learners, educators, and researchers. Once again, thank you, sir, for your presence and your enlightening words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear participants, we are leaving for lunch now. The lunch is scheduled between 1:25 and 1:50 p.m. The vegetarian lunch is served in the annex and the non-vegetarian is served near the LCD in the annex. I would like to draw your kind attention to the following information. Closely followed by lunch, we'll be having a technical session by Miss Shivani sharply at 1:50 p.m. in Jubilee Hall. After Ms. Shivani's session, we'll be having parallel paper presentation sessions. Let me read out the venues for offline presentation. Session 1, offline presentation. The venue is Jubilee Hall. Session 2, the venue is Smart Room. Session 3, Language Lab. Session 4, MBH. Session 5, L1 and L2. The volunteers will guide you to the respected venues. Online participants, please join the technical session of Ms. Shivani sharply at 1:50 p.m. through the given Zoom link. After the technical session by Ms. Shivani, the parallel paper presentation sessions will be commenced through the respected Google Meets sharply at 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
All the students are asked to assemble in the Jubilee Hall by 1:50 p.m. All the students are asked to assemble inside the Jubilee Hall by 1:50 p.m. Thank you, friends. Once again, I repeat, all the students as well as the participants are requested to assemble inside the Jubilee Hall by 1:50 p.m. Thank you.
Dear participants, I request you all to assemble in Jubilee Hall immediately. The next technical session is about to begin. I repeat once again, I request all the participants and students to assemble in Jubilee Hall. The next session is about to begin.
Friends, please listen to the announcement. All the participants are asked to assemble inside the Jubilee Hall immediately. All the participants are asked to assemble inside the Jubilee Hall immediately. I repeat, all the students and participants are asked to assemble inside the Jubilee Hall immediately. Welcome back, participants. It is time to dive into the next technical session. We anticipate your active participation and enthusiasm throughout the session. Now, may I please invite Ms. Devasudha, Assistant Professor of PG and Research Department of English, to introduce the research person.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. It gives me Good afternoon to everyone present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Ms. Shivani Arulalan Pillai, a DPhil candidate in English at the University of Oxford, where she is affiliated with St. Anthony's College. Her research lies at the rich intersection of post-colonial literature and memory studies. Her doctoral thesis titled Writing Imperial Ruins, Interrogating Memory in Rohinton Mystery, Orhan Pamuk and Svetlana Alexievich offers a compelling comparative study of three regions, India, Turkey, and Belarus, and examines how literary memory engages with imperial pasts and authoritarian presence. She draws on a wide range of genres from realist fiction and historical novels to testimony and detective fiction to explore the complex afterlives of empire through the evocative figure of imperial ruins as sites of living memory. Ms. Shivani's research is deeply informed by her broader interests in post-colonial and world literatures, cultural memory studies, life writing, and literatures in translation, alongside a keen engagement with the geopolitical histories of India, Turkey, and the post-Soviet states. An alumna of the University of Edinburgh, she holds a master's degree in literature and modernity, graduating with distinction. Her dissertation explored the staging of memory in Rohinton Mysteries, a fine balance, a theme that continues to shape her current doctoral work. Ms. Shivani has held various academic and editorial roles, including teaching literature and memory studies at Worcester College, Oxford, co-convening research groups like Ars Memoria and the Torch, and contributing to the OCCT discussion group. She is also a professional researcher for the Institute for Historical Justice and Reconciliation, where she authors case studies on contested histories across post-Soviet spaces. A multilingual scholar fluent in English, Hindi, Tamil, and Spanish, she is also a passionate advocate for educational access and has been a mentor with Project Edu Access for over 3 years. Outside of academia, she has worked extensively in writing, editing, and climate communications and is currently an evening and weekend library assistant at the Bodleian Social Science Library. Ms. Shivani brings to this conference a rich and nuanced understanding of memory, literature, and the afterlives of empire, and we are honored to have her with us today. On all our behalf, I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I'm also extremely delighted to welcome the chairpersons of the offline and online paper presentation sessions, and those who are with us, Dr. R. Rajesh, Dr. Ganeshan,
Dr. Sendil, Dr. Arul Selvi Maria, and Dr. Amala, who have graciously accepted our invitation. I also welcome all our beloved participants. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you all hear me? All right. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very honored to be here. So I'm just going to share my slides, and when you see them on the screen, I would appreciate a confirmation. Um, can you see my screen? Okay. Can you see my screen? Yep. All right. Okay. Is it full screen mode yet? Okay, I can see the screen. All right. Okay. So I'm going to start my talk today, and I would just like to express my thanks again, and thank you very much for the especially wonderful and gracious introduction. So today's talk is going to be on language and translation in Orhan Pamuk's Silent House, which is one of the writers that I work on for my PhD. And like they said in the introduction, my broad interests are on the intersections between memory, language, literature, and the afterlives of empire. So the outline for today's talk is going to, my talk today has a few parts, and I do that just so that you can understand what I say better. So I'll start with an introduction that will give you an idea of the talk and everything. And then I will talk about Orhan Pamuk and why translation is pertinent in Orhan Pamuk's work. And then I'll talk a bit about the history of modern Turkish. And then I will talk about a concept that I've been developing in my DPhil called productive linguistic ruination. And then I will talk about the visual renditions of Convergence. So I'm going to present a bit from my archival work at the Dock Center for Contemporary Art. So now I'm going to give you a bit of an introduction to today's talk. So, like I mentioned, today I will focus on language and translation in Orhan Pamuk's Silent House, with occasional references to his other novels and his artistic practice. I would like to begin by situating my talk within the conference theme, that is convergence of language and literature. If you think about it, language and literature are always converging. To converge is to meet, to unite, to join together. Every literary text exists because language and literature have collapsed into each other. This convergence becomes particularly interesting when we read writers and their texts in translation. The German novelist Günter Grass once described translation as an act that which transforms everything so that nothing changes. I think about this quote often. How can one transform something without changing it? Yet that is what translators do. In a translation, languages converge. They meet one another as equals. Like rivers, translations often change their course, but the language that the text is being translated into shapes itself against the boundaries of the language that it is being from which it receives. Now, it is in this context that I want to present Orhan Pamuk's and his novel Silent House, which was originally published in Turkish in 1983 as Sessiz Ev, with Robert Finn's translation appearing in 2013. And it's the picture of the English translation that you see on the slide here. Set in the 1980s, the novel tells the tale of the Darwinoğlu family, whose lives become closely intertwined with the geopolitical fate of a crumbling nation, in this case that of Turkey in the 1980s. So now I'll move on to the second part, which is on Orhan Pamuk and translation and why we need to talk about translation here. So born in 1952, Orhan Pamuk is a Turkish novelist who was awarded the 2006 Nobel Prize in Literature in recognition of his quest for the melancholic soul of his native city and for discovering new symbols for the clash and interlacing of cultures. The words clash and interlacing in the Swedish Academy citation highlight the convergences in Pamuk's writing. While Pamuk was already a well-known writer, his popularity soared following his Nobel win. Since then, Pamuk's works have been translated into more than 60 languages. But speaking of translation in Pamuk means acknowledging not only the layered nature of reading him in a language like English, but also attending to the fact that modern Turkish, the original language that he writes in, arrives already translated. So now I'm going to talk a bit about the history of modern Turkish because it's a very interesting thing to look at and it's only appropriate to acknowledge that for a talk of this nature. So when the Turkish Republic was founded in 1923, after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founding father of the Turkish Republic, introduced a series of cultural reforms to transform the nation. Lasting until 1950, the reforms were carried out over a span of 15 years, where a series of laws and decrees based on European models permanently reordered Turkish culture and politics, affecting all aspects of public and private life, including language, law, politics, and dress. While the effects of these reforms have persisted well into modern-day Turkey, nowhere is this influence seen more clearly than in modern Turkish. With a view to emulating the West, the Language Council was established in May 1928 at the behest of Ataturk for the purpose of preparing a Roman-based alphabet for Turkish. So the Roman-based alphabet is the alphabet we use for English today. The meeting of this council was followed shortly by the implementation of Law Number 1353 on the adoption and implementation of Turkish letters, which completely prohibited the use of Arabic characters for any purpose after June 1930. So you can see in the picture on the slide here that earlier Ottoman Turkish used to use the Arabic and Persian script, and below each of the letters you see the modern Turkish version that has replaced the Ottoman Turkish version. And moving forward, it was the Roman script that would be legal, and every other script was rendered illegal. The abruptness of this change had catastrophic effects on society, with numerous texts being rendered illegal. Considering that Pamuk was born into the Turkish Republic, his choice of writing in modern Turkish makes perfect sense. He, however, remains very aware of the catastrophic nature of the reform, often critiquing it in his novels. In Silent House, for example, we have the character of Risat, who is a dwarf and the housekeeper of the Darwinoğlu residence. He is given a list by his father, Selahattin, after whose death the list begins to carry a lot more sentimental value. But Recep, however, is unable to decipher the list as it was in the old letters. Cut off from access to his own past, the housekeeper passes the list to Farooq, a historian and Selahattin's grandson, who, unlike Recep, is able to read it. Here, Farooq assumes the role of the translator, pointing to how even some of the Turkish citizens themselves found modern Turkish very foreign, seeing it as an other language, a language that, as I mentioned earlier, already arrives translated. In my doctoral thesis, I'm particularly interested in the relationship between world literature's memory and the notion of imperial ruination, which was already said at the introduction. And because translation was indispensable to the development of world literatures, I began looking for a framework to incorporate translation into my discussion. Now, this search is what ultimately led me to develop the concept of productive linguistic ruination, which I will talk about now for a bit. So that's part 4 of my talk. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Robert Finn's translation of Sevi's Ev appeared in 2012, nearly 30 years after the original Turkish publication in 1983. Pamuk himself delayed the English translation of the book, a decision that Gökner attributes to the novel's strong ties with the Republican Turkish literary tradition. Further, the 30-year gap between the two texts creates different experiences for readers, enabling English readers to view the text as a retrospective gaze into the early works of the Nobel laureate, whereas for the Turkish readers of the original, it represents the second novel of a young author. The difference in what the novel signifies to readers, depending on the language in which they encounter it, is what returns me to the question of the translated text. To address this, building on the scholarship of Edward Glissant and Clive Scott, I have developed a framework that I'm calling productive linguistic ruination for reading the translated text. Viewing translation as a natural activity of the reading mind, Scott regards the translated text as a cumulative project in which multiple authors are involved, such that the text is always mutating to become something more than itself, as something that comes to knowledge. Scott's views on translation as a communal activity and as a predisposition rather than an exception of the reading mind find an ally in Glissant. Attuned as he is to the socio-political aspects of translation, Glissant believes that the translated text must provide a passage from a risky text to what is possible for another text, as any language that claims to have a mission does not catch on in the world. Glissant's critique of the narrowness of language with predetermined aims, when read in conversation with the genesis of modern Turkish, reveals the risk inherent in Pamuk Sezi's Ev. In Principles of Turkism, as the title makes clear, the Turkish sociologist Ziya Gökalp outlines the principles that shape the development of modern Turkish into a national language, which included a complete purge of its Ottoman influences by switching to a script modeled closely on how the people, especially the women of Istanbul, spoke the language, the admission of certain words from European languages without any change, and a recognition of the phonetics, morphology, and lexicology of Istanbul Turkish. And as the foundations of modern Turkish, such that neither the words nor particles nor rules of word formations of other Turkic dialects could be borrowed. The exclusionary nature of these principles becomes especially evident in Gökalp's suggestion that when compiling a dictionary of the national language, information regarding the structure, grammar, and lexicon of Arabic and Persian words that have entered New Turkish must be included in these books, not in the section on the physiology of the language, but in an etymological section in which archaisms and usages are discussed. The inception of modern Turkish, a national language purged of its Ottoman Arabic and Persian roots, was thus made possible by deliberate linguistic ruination for nationalistic gains with catastrophic consequences, such as the failure of Selahattin's encyclopedia, that written as it was in the Ottoman Turkish script, was rendered illegal by the alphabet reform in 1930, and Recep's inability to read the list Selahattin left him as it was in the old letters. Written in modern Turkish, the language in Sezi's Ev arrives already ruined, qualifying as a risk in Glissant's thought. Like the burnt pages of Farooq's notebook, reading Sezi's Ev as Silent House, where the ashes of one language feed and shape the other, is a form of productive linguistic ruination, as it grants the original language a reprieve from its tumultuous inception with the passage from the original text to the translated one counterbalancing the narrowness of the nationalist ideology underpinning modern Turkish. So, what does it mean to read a novel like Pamuk's Silent House in translation? Throughout the talk thus far, I have tried to show that in Pamuk's writing, language and literature are always converged. The image that best encapsulates this convergence is a scene from the novel itself. In Silent House, Metin Darwinolu, Farooq and Nilgun's brother, and his friends race against the other cars on the roads of Istanbul. On one such occasion, they ruthlessly target the driver of a Mercedes, with Metin narrating the race in real time. We went full speed, and after Pendik, we saw it again. The Mercedes slowly climbing the hill like a truck running out of gas. This time, Turgay took the lead, closing in from the left as he pushed the Mercedes to the right. Vedat bore down on its other side, after which we got behind it, so close that we almost touched its bumper. The image of the Mercedes, pinned on both sides by Turgay and Vedat, in many ways is symbolic of what happens when we read Pamuk in translation. Still carrying traces of its predecessor, that is Ottoman Turkish, and looking forward towards the future by embracing whatever language it is translated into, the book is in fact always a convergence between languages and is always caught between them. We can see this in all of Pamuk's works, ranging from the Museum of Innocence, Istanbul, Memories and the City, to his latest, The Nights of Plague. But no talk about Orhan Pamuk is ever complete without the mention of his artistic practice. Before becoming a writer, Pamuk wanted to be a painter, and before that, he was studying to be an architect. While he might have settled on writing as his vocation, Pamuk always translates his painterly and architectural influences into text. To show this, I will present a few images from the recent exhibition on Orhan Pamuk at the Dock Center for Contemporary. All right. To show this, I will present a few images from the recent exhibition on Orhan Pamuk at the Dock Center for Contemporary Art in Prague. The first image that I want to show you all is this one. That's on the slide now. Now this is a painting that Pamuk himself did, and it's called The Mountain of Letters. And if you can see the image, you can see that there's a painting, a landscape painting of a mountain, which is a pretty common scene. And on top of the painting, he has written letters. He's written Turkish words, Turkish sentences, and it's basically a mountain, but with letters, with Turkish letters. And what makes this painting interesting is the description that was supplied with the painting. So I'll read out the description in case it's not clear from the picture. So this is Pamuk saying, "It has been a long time, now in 15 years, I think, since I started this picture. I still come back to it every now and then and diligently work on it with various pencils, adding a word, a letter, a tree, a flower. This is the text that I wrote on the hill near the top right corner in red pencil. After the regrettable events of 1609, the Hurufis and miniaturists descended from the venerable Sheikh Ibn Zahrani withdrew to distant mountains to save their lives. In 1928, they declared that they would comply with the switch to the Latin alphabet, effectively affirming that they had abjured their faith. In reality, of course, they preserved their old traditions and continued in secret to paint pictures composed out of Arabic letters. This passage is attributed to the art historian Malik Aksel, who edited the first volume of Hurufi pictures to be released in Turkey, and comes from his work, The History of Secret Pictures Among the Turks. Only selections from it were published in his lifetime. The mountain of letters that Pamuk has worked on for 15 years, and the significance of the passage he chose, is a visual manifestation of translation and of how the essence of both alphabets are preserved in the same painting, very similar to what he does in his writing. When Pamuk was asked in an interview with the Paris Review if he mourned the loss of the Ottoman Empire, Pamuk said that the Turks were never suppressed. The suppression that the Turks suffered was self-inflicted. We erased our own history because it was practical. In that suppression, there's a sense of fragility. And Pamuk embraces this fragility through convergence in his books, and a convergence that becomes all the more important and enhanced when we read him in translation. So thank you. Thank you very much. That's all from me today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
A sincere note of gratitude to Ms. Shivani for enriching us with her perspectives. May I now call upon Ms. J. Kyle Anthony, Assistant Professor of the PG and Research Department of English, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to everyone gathered. It is my honor to extend our deepest thanks to Ms. Shivani Arlalan Pillai, writer and DPhil candidate in English at the University of Oxford, for a thought-provoking session on language and translation in Orhan Pamuk's Silent House. Her exploration of Pamuk's layered narrative and the politics of translating Turkish into English offered us valuable insights into how language shapes meaning, memory, and identity. As she demonstrated, translation is not a mere linguistic exercise, but a complex cultural act, one that negotiates between fidelity and interpretation. To quote Walter Benjamin, translation transplants the original into a different linguistic soil, yet in such a way that it still continues to grow. Ms. Pillai's clarity, depth, and critical sensitivity made this session an enriching experience for us all. On behalf of the PG and Research Department of English, I extend our sincere gratitude for her contribution. A special thanks to all the participants for your attention. Let us take forward these insights into our continued study of literature and translation. Thank you.
We'll be having the parallel presentation sessions now. Let me read out the venues for offline paper presentations. Session 1, the venue is Jubilee Hall. Session 2, the venue is Smart Room. Session 3, Language Lab. Session 4, MBH. Session 5, L1 and L2. The volunteers will guide you to the venues. So for now, for the kind attention for online participants, I request you all to log into the Google Meet that has been given to you. The meeting is about to commence immediately. Thank you.
ஆன் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா?
Dear participants of session 1 who belong to Jubilee Hall, you can stay here. Session 2, Smart Room, please, you can come to the front, come to my left side. A volunteer will take you to the Smart Room. Participants belonging to the Smart Room, you can come to my left side. Session 2, who belong to the Smart Room. Smart Room. Session 2 who are presenting in the Smart Room. Okay, and Miss Andrea here will be taking you to the smart room. Session 3, we're presenting in the language lab. Come to my right side. Those who are presenting in the language lab. Session 3 and session 5. Session 3 and session 5, please come to the right hand side.
Session 4 is in MBH. So those who are presenting in MBH, please come to the front.
L1 and
Those who are presenting in MBH, please come to my right. MB.
L1. She will take it. And session 3 will be in L2. Session 5 will be in L2. L1.
Session 5.
Session 3.
Those who are presenting in MBH, please come to the front.
L2க்கு யாருடா ஃபெசிலிட்டேட்டர்? அவங்க போடல நம்ம.
The kind of attention online. You may join the respective Gmeet links and present your paper. Dear online participants, please join through the Google Meet link that is provided in the WhatsApp group and present your papers. Thank you.
Department of English, Fatima College, Madurai. We are honored to have Dr. R. Rajesh as the chairperson for the session. Welcome, sir. Dr. R. Rajesh is a renowned academician with a distinguished career marked by notable achievements. He is the head and assistant professor of the Department of English Language Studies, Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai. He has spent 17 years of professional experience. His areas of specialization include ELT and applied linguistics. He has published 13 research papers and 3 books. He has completed a research project titled Enhancing Cognitive Skills in Science through HP Digital Technology, funded by ISTE USA. He has membership in various academic and professional bodies. So, dear participants, please adhere to the 5-minute time limit for the presentation with an additional 1 minute for question and answer session. Thank you. Now, let us commence the session with our first paper presenter, Ms. A. Pavitra, who is here to present her research paper titled Linguistic Jiu-Jitsu, the State of Contemporary Feminism Through the Lens of Western Gendered Language.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. So I'm Pavitra, Assistant Professor of English Literature from the Madurai College, Madurai. Have titled my paper as Linguistic Jiu-Jitsu, the Politics of Language over the State of Contemporary Feminism. So I'd like to present my paper with a quote from Confucius, who said, "When words lose their meaning, people lose their freedom." Language has been a medium to express ontology, the ontology of being. But what happens if the ontological reality is no longer expressed in language? This is no more a dystopian phenomena, which is confined within the text or theories, but the reality of this age, of what I would like to call this age is the age of non-specificity. So in this post-truthian age, truth has been outgrown. Yes, it's outgrown because people no longer want to acknowledge the ontological reality or the objective reality of the truth anymore. So what paved way for this? Postmodernism. Postmodernism is an utopian ideal which promises that all the populist truth, no matter what, all truths will be equally valid. But is that the case? No. Postmodernists, like the foundational postmodernists, have argued over the perspectivism of the truth, over the reality of the social constructivism of the truth, but they didn't deny the objective reality. One of the foundational postmodernists, such as Michael Foucault, he said that we are not trying to discover the truth, but we are trying to determine the regime of truth. Then where did the philosophical misstep happen? So argued by bringing in gender theory in the context of gender theory, which was founded or inaugurated by Judith Butler. So who challenged the ontological reality of the truth by saying that biological sex is socially constructed. Butler, who argued that perhaps this construct called sex is as culturally constructed as gender. Indeed, perhaps it was always already gender. So this philosophical misstep has paved the gateway for the ontological nihilism to denounce the just reality. But whether this linguistic shift celebrated or resisted by the people, that is the question. The answer is, despite the minor resistance, the change is globally welcomed. But what blinds the populace to the obvious dissonance, the obvious cognitive dissonance? The answer is, I've dissected it by giving my assumptions. It might be because of the historical awareness that people possess, the historical knowledge of the inhuman savagery during the centuries. It might be because of the guilt that we have towards the sensitivity that we possess towards the outcast, the guilt of not wanting to repeat the history, the urge to be at the right side of history. So I've introduced a term called Teresaian empathy to satirize the performative nature of empathy that we post-truthians possess. The linguistic acrobatics at play, which is the deliberate use of euphemisms to dilute the nature of reality or the actuality. But how people are blinded to it, or what made it cement, is the digital media. Digital media had passed or has paved the way to cement the linguistic obscurantism, has paved the way to cement the linguistic obscurantism by making the popular opinion sound like a divine truth. So we no longer challenge what's popularly hailed in the Twitter or in any other social media platforms, because challenging the truth makes it an heresy. So I've also dissected the paradoxes behind both the linguistic slide and also behind the gender theory. The paradoxes of relativism. The ideal that all truths are valid. Is that the case? Obviously no, because all truths are valid until it's challenged by the objective reality, until you say something that is just, until you say something that is the part of the objective nature of truth. So it is a kind of oscillation. The pendulum is oscillating between the two authoritarian regimes. So both the sides are at fault. So what we are doing is that we are punishing the ontological reality for the man-made crimes, the crimes of social interpretations. So in the gender theory, the paradoxes consist of, firstly, feminists argue that sex and gender are different. But this argument is never to deny the objective reality of women. It is to challenge the social perspectivism around the identity. Women, which is the definitive, the semantic of women is adult human female or adult female human, which is the ontological definition. But retying identity with the socio-cultural phenomenon happened after Butler. So women now refers to the internal feelings, the mythic of having something internal, the feelings. So which is the phenomenological definition of women. That is the identity of women has been rechanged. So this affirms the patriarchal script, because by saying women is a performance, we are saying that women are performing by following the script, by following the social script. So I've introduced it, I've brought in liberal patriarchy, which is as similar as conservative patriarchy, because both centers, both brings the male-centric logic, the male-centric semantics to define women. So the state of contemporary feminism. So J.K. Rowling, a potent critic of the gender movement, tweeted in 2019, who first came forward to show a resistance towards the movement, set the dress however you please, call yourself whatever you like, sleep with any consenting adult who will have you, live your life best in peace and security, but force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real. So this is a tweet to support Maya Foster, who has been fired, who faced personal consequences because she's tweeted that sex is real and binary. So this reminiscence of George Orwell's prophetic warning, who said that political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectful, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. So what's the solution for feminism? Feminism, a female liberation movement, should be rooted in objective reality without bringing in the societal ornaments, that is gender. As Orwell said, the revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. So here I've displayed the coinage, the few of the words that I've made. So apport, which is a portmanteau that blends two words, oppose and support, to describe what's happening today. So simultaneously supporting and opposing the same thing. So to describe, I have made a word, which is a portmanteau, which is a blended word called apport. And I've used a word called terasai and empathy to show the performative nature of today's people by raising empathy, the compassion to the saintly status, but only to perform it for the sake of social points. And I've described today's people as post-truthians. So this is the age of post-truth. To describe the people of today, I've called this as post-truthians. So these are the works, these are the literature, works which shows direct resistance to the linguistic slight. Orwell's 1984 and Orwell's essay, Politics and English Language. And J.K. Rowling has written an essay in 2019 titled this, J.K. Rowling writes about a reason for speaking out on gender and sex issues. So I'd like to end my presentation with a quote by Orwell, who said in 1984 that freedom is a freedom to say 2 + 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows. Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation, Ms. Patra. Now the floor is open for questions.
Would you like to clarify anything with the presenter?
Now let us commence the session with our next presenter, Ms. R. Harini, who is here to present her research paper titled Oliver as the Voice of the Voiceless, Exploring Language and Subalternity in Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist.
Good afternoon, Honorable present here. I'm glad to present a paper on the title Oliver as Voice of Voiceless, an exploration of language and subalternity in Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. The novel Oliver Twist, it narrates the story of an orphan boy who has undergone many oppression and hardships. So here, in the introduction, in the whole paper, I have applied subalternity and also I have go through on language as how the power of language has applied in the throughout paper, and then how Dickens have used the language to represent the difference between the upper class people and the lower class people. Next slide. Okay. These are the two theories that I have applied in this paper. First one is Gayatri Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak? This is an essay which comes under subaltern studies. And the second one is Marxism theory, which is proposed by Karl Marx. So by these two theories, we can see how subalternity has played a vital role in this novel. Next slide. Okay. Who are the subalterns in the Oliver Twist? Here, the characters were Oliver, Nancy. Oliver is the protagonist of this novel, and he has the character of he's so kind and he's so polite throughout this novel. And Nancy, she's the one who give voice out, and but she made a tragic end in the end. And what are these? What are their social status? In since they are poor, criminalized, and voiceless, here we can witness that for these subalterns, Dickens has used some colloquial language to make a difference. Dickens used colloquial language for them and used standardized language for the other characters to show a difference between these both upper class and lower class people. Next slide. Language as a social marker. Here, that I have mentioned before, standard English, standardized language has used for the authority people to show them that they were belongs to the upper class people. Like the characters called Brownlow, Mr. Brownlow, he is a major character in this novel, and use cognate, which is this is English dialect which is used by them. This is a different kind of dialect belongs to them. So using this language difference to show, as I told before, to show a difference between upper class and lower class people, because this belongs to a Victorian age novel, and there we can see the difference or the oppression faced by the both faced by the lower class people were huge in Victorian age. So this novel depicts that. Next slide. Oliver's voice and silence. Here in this novel, Oliver has portrayed as a boy who is being so polite and innocent, with the picture of innocence. And at one point, he can't tolerate at one point, and he asked, that is a famous quote from that novel, "Please, sir, I want some more." This is just an important quote where Oliver, he wanted some more food. This sentence will come, and it is being a symbolic moment that Oliver where comes from Oliver's tragic, the drastic change where appears there. And yeah, next slide. Here, Nancy. This is a minor.
character. There, she is a girl and she has a voice. She is also belongs to a subordinate, subalternity category, but still she gave a more, she gave she talked, she gave her voice out, but at the end, as she gave out, she made a tragic end at the end. So the next slide, please. The role of the narrator. So here in this novel, there is a narrator who is being a third person voice. Here I have used that theory, like subalternate theory, based on the book called Can the Subaltern Speak? It is
Ms.
a work.
Time is running up. Can you please
Yes.
wrap up your presentation?
Sure, ma'am. It is a work written by Gayatri Spivak. There she mentioned that the subaltern peoples, they do have voice. So why are you having that narrator point? Because this narrator, they have this rights to, they have this right to share the point of view of the character inside the novel. So it may, the narrator, they can't deliver the proper voice of the subaltern. So she wants that the work in the Can the Subaltern Speak? In that work, Gayatri, she spoke about using narrators or using this kind of characters in between that won't gives the whole voice. It mediates the subaltern speech. It makes the subaltern to not share everything to the audience, to the readers. Next slide, please. And Marxist view, in Marxist theory, Marxist theory is nothing but having portraying class difference through language. So here I have infused this theory as a proof that this book has shown, this novel has shown a difference between this class. Next slide, please. Okay, Dickens' double strategy. Dickens wrote this novel based on his audience taste. Victorian audience, they like the suppression of the how should I say, suppression of the old, the subaltern people. But I've thought, like, what if Dickens have wrote Oliver as a bold character? It may give a moral value to the Victorian audience, Victorian readers, that we can't suppress peoples like that. We can't suppress them. Likewise, I just thought if Dickens has wrote in a different perspective, it would be nice. So yeah, that's it. I've end my paper here. Thank you.
It was a fascinating presentation, Ms. Harini. Now, the floor is open for questions. Anybody who would like to ask any questions to the presenter? Any observations, sir? Any observations, sir? Or shall I call the next presenter? The next presenter.
Thank you.
Adu Tangada. Now let us commence the session with our next presenter, Ms. Saleet Reshmi Leon, who is here to present her research paper titled Language as Resistance, an Analysis of Subaltern Voice in Baby Camblay's The Prison We Broke.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Saleet Reshmi Leon, research scholar from Fatima College. I am delighted to present my paper titled Language as Resistance, an Analysis of Subaltern Voice in Baby Gamblay's The Prisons We Broke. So language is a power to dominate, and it has the power to become a tool to disrupt the social structures that have historically silenced the subaltern voices. For Dalit women, language is not just a means of communication, but they have identity crisis. So they're asserting their identity and resisting their oppressions. So here we see The Prison We Broke by Babytai Campbell. Here she uses the language, not just her personal story, but she uses it as a collective voice. And here, so the primary objectives of the studies is to analyze how language functions as a form of resistance in baby Gamble's The Prisons We Broke, to explore the subaltern voices through Dalit feminist theory and discourses theory frameworks. It is to examine the subaltern voices through the lens of Dalit feminist theory and to highlight the role of dialects and traditional way of talking of Dalit. So because they always uses their own language and breaking the norms that is used for the so-called literary. Then theoretical insights. In the primary objectives of my studies are, and I use my analysis rooted in three key thinkers. First one, Michel Foucault. So language as a power. In his work, Language as a Discourse and Power, he mentions that language is a one would controls the society. There is a norms that who would control the language and who has to speak and who has to remain silent. But Gabel breaks the silence and she spoke within her own language. So she breaks this power of discourse in The Prison We Broke, and she another one was Gayatri Spivak. So Gayatri Spivak raised the iconic questions: can the subaltern speak? But Gombil does said that she speak for herself, not for herself alone, but she speaks for her community. Gamble uses Mahar's dialect, oral traditions, and non-standard, the so-called non-standard grammars to break the rules. So she used it as a tool of resistance. Not it is considered should not be considered it as a literary flaws. So then. So overview of the test. The Prison We Broke, written by Babita Kampil. She wrote it first in the Marathi language in 1986. Then it was translated by Maya Pandit in almost 2009. So this work was considered as one of the first Dalit women autobiographies. The themes were untouchability, patriarchy, and internal casteism. So she always uses we instead of I as a collective pain and resistance. She spoke for her community and the women of her community. Ambedkar ideology. She was very loyal to Ambedkarite ideology that threatens the political structures of that period. So this work is considered as the political threat to the powerful people there. And next slide. So language as self-affirmation. So reclaims what she mentioned that Magar, the word Magar gives a pride to her. They used the word Mahar to degrade someone, but she insists that the word Mahar is the very word derived, the word Maharashtra is itself derived from our community word Magar. So she feel very proud to say that she is a Mahar. Magar, which means she belonged to that community. There is a Dalit community in Mumbai. So word Magar, she also mentions, it flows in my veins. Do not be shame like that. So and she also used the.
We are running out of time. Can you please wrap up your presentation?
Okay. So threshold metaphor, and she gives a spatial and social confinement of women. So translation, here's a translation plays a very vital role, though Maya Pandit says that much of that flavor which was in the Marathi language was totally lost in not totally lost in this translation, because she did her ethical act to retain the subjectivity. Still she works to retain most of their resistance. So through this translation, they takes the voice of Gambles to the global audience. Next. So here at the conclusion, we can say that Campbell turns language as oppression into power. So she used oral traditions, Maharidioms, repetitions, that she rejects the elicious literary forms, and she used her own way of narrations. So Prison Wave broke is totally testimonial, and plus it is a manifesto. Her voice no longer whispers, rather it shouts the truth. Thank you.
Thank you for your informative and engaging presentation. The floor is now open for question. Anybody would like to ask any questions to the presenter? Now let us commence the session with our next presenter, Ms. Sarjo Monica, who is here to present her research paper titled Reverberations of Polyphony in Eric Nguyen's Things We Lost to the Water.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Sarjo Monica, research scholar from Fatima College, and I'm here to present a paper titled Reverberations of Polyphony in Eric Nguyen's Things We Lost to the Water. So to begin with, communication has always existed, even before the settlement of human beings and the beginning of human civilization. However, the advent of speech and the later organized system of language fostered better human communication. And since then, language has become an essential mode of communication, and it is constantly shaped by a variety of factors ranging from cognitive, social, and cultural. The prominent social factors include ethnicity, age, class, gender, and economy. The branch of linguistics that deals with the relationship between language and society, which is social linguistics, analyzes the earlier mentioned social factors, and it delineates how language is dynamic and it changes with time. So the dynamicity of language can be observed in the diasporic literature, which deals with the life of the migrant community. Eric Nguyen is a prominent Vietnamese American writer who specifically targets the immigrant experiences of the Vietnamese immigrants in America. And he also explains the problems of fitting into the American society. His debut novel, The Things We Lost to the Water, is chosen for study, and it deals with the refugee life in New Orleans, Louisiana. So it deals with the life of Huang, a young mother who's 27 years old and who comes to New Orleans on a boat as a refugee with her two little sons, Tuan and Bin. So she's escaped the Vietnamese War and come here as a refugee. Domain theory of Joshua Fishman is chosen as the tool to analyze the earlier mentioned novel. So domain theory traces its origin from the German Schmidt-Rohr domains of language behavior. So in that, Schmidt mentions 9 domains which continues to influence language. The first influence on language, as Joshua Fishman points out, is the choice that an individual chooses to speak. The choice of language that one chooses not just reflects the individual behavior, but it also analyzes the socio-cultural patterns that was existent in the community. So from the text, we observe that Huang, immediately after her arrival in the place, she starts memorizing words. She keeps memorizing words relentlessly, the English words, though she is not sure about the meaning of the words or where to use it exactly. But she keeps a diary and notes down all the words. And when the diary is lost, she panics to the most. So that is her individual behavior that she keeps repeating. It's like a pattern that she does. On the other hand, when Huang actually faces another person and she begins to interact with the society, you can find that she struggles very hard to remember the meaning of the word eat. The girl in the restaurant just asked her, what do you want to eat? And you can find her struggling to recollect the meaning of the word eat. And she panics to the extent that she thinks unable to understand the word is a huge crime, and she apologizes immediately to the girl in the restaurant, saying, I'm sorry, do not mistake me and don't get me arrested. That is the extent to which she was afraid. The next is the family domain and the role relations. So Huang, the protagonist, she relates with her first son, Tuan, her neighbors, Lan and Bigang, and her boyfriend, Win, in Vietnamese. When she talks in Vietnamese, she's not just confident in her speech, she also expresses her inner self clearly. On the other hand, she's not able to communicate in Vietnamese with her second son, Bin, because when they came from Vietnam, Bin was a few months old and he grew up in a completely English atmosphere and he doesn't know any Vietnamese words. We also find Tuan, the first son, in trying to interact with broken English to his classmate, Donald. Code switching, a very prominent feature found in multilingual and bilingual societies, it's also influenced by the domain theory. The first thing that the younger son Bin does is he changes his name from Bin to Ben. The anglicized version of his own name. And he tells that he doesn't want his brother to call him by this name in school, as he feels that name is very hard for people to understand. He completely changes his name to an anglicized name for the benefit of others, the other students in his class. On the other hand, we find Tuan choosing Vietnamese. See, he is seen as the opposite of what Ben has been doing. He chose Vietnamese when he was struggling. He struggles to recount the numbers in English. So what he does is he immediately switches to Vietnamese and he starts counting in Vietnamese. And then he tells his classmate that you cannot count as fast as me when I do it in my own tongue. And code mixing, another prominent element, is used by the writer himself to elaborate how when in a bilingual society, how one chooses one language over the other, as well as mixes both languages together and creates a new dictum. And here we find Eric very casually and naturally embedding both the English and Vietnamese words, and he even gives us as a translation. He first tells it in Vietnamese, and then for readers who do not understand it in Vietnamese, he moves on to give the exact translation of those words in English. Initially, it was that way, and towards the end of the novel, we finding him completely mentioning the emotions of the protagonist, Huang, in Vietnamese. So I'd like to conclude by telling that language continues to evolve based on the domain it is put in. And the evolution of languages is very prominent, especially in the diasporic literature. Thank you.
It was an intellectual treat. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. So the Q&A session is now open. Is there anyone who would like to ask any question to the presenter? Now let us commence the session with our next presenter, Ms. Meenashri, who is here to present her research paper titled A Linguistic Reading of George M. Johnson's All Boys Aren't Blue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meenashri, independent scholar. My research paper is titled as A Linguistical Reading of George M. Johnson's All Boys Aren't Blue. So it is an exploration of Johnson's two of his identities, black and queer, and how he became intersection of these two identities in within himself as well as in the society. And this study uses the theories like racial linguistics and also lavender linguistics. Racial linguistics helps to analyze how language constructs race and the idea of race influences language. And lavender linguistic is a term popularized by William Leib, and it is an umbrella term for the queer narratives, also for the LGBTQIA plus languages. So this paper uses both racial linguistics as well as lavender linguistics to resist the dominant linguistic ideologies that oppress the black queer people. So Johnson's narrative challenges the power imbalances and also the linguistic prejudices. And for example, I would like to quote from the book. George M. Johnson states that American history is the greatest fabric of the world. So, with the use of racial linguistics, the language shows that how history is constructed in and through language. Johnson explains that how the black history differs from the point of view of white and from the black. Johnson's narrative also exposes that how even after Abraham Lincoln, there were the need of Mr. Martin Luther King Jr. to assert the voices of black people. So the schools which taught by the lessons taught by the white people about the black history was entirely different from the narrative that happened in history. So racial linguistics shows how history is constructed in and through language, and it also challenges the hidden political agenda of that epoch. Another example from the from the book, the concept of racial slurs express how the term N-word is used to oppress the black people. The term the N-word was used as an endearment term, but it was the last word used by the people who lost their lives because of the racial discriminations. And Johnson's narrative also explains the tensions of code switching. In order to explain the tensions of code switching, this paper uses the theory of Judith Butler's gender performity and its role in language. According to it, it says how people used to consciously or unconsciously modify their speech styles to conform their gender roles. When there are spectrum of identities, people used to identify the language used by the boys as different from the language used by the girls. So gender performity stresses that there should be an exploration and a space to explore the spectrum of identities that is not restricted by the binary constructs of gender. He says that, for example, we should not use gender pronouns like he or she, rather use neopronouns which are away from the distinctions of binary genders. And then it also uses the concept of code switchings in terms of race. The black men used to speak in front of the white man in a different linguistics as well as with a black man in the different space. So it also analyzes how the tensions asserted and how the tensions of the code switching help them to mask their identities as black. And the novel also quotes how Johnson coined the term honey child for Harden's style, and how the term coined by the cures were seen as a threat to their own identity. The term coined by Johnson, like honey child, was seen as a threat for their masculine identity. And this paper uses how racial slurs verbally assault the lives of black people. Despite various physical and psychological assaults, they also were the victim of many verbal assaults. So it also subverts the dominant ideologies, especially the linguistic ideologies that denied their space and they denied their voice. And it also talks about the fact discourses which offended them in many ways. So the further scope of the research would be, I used racial linguistics to analyze how racial ideas influence language, and lavender linguistics to analyze the voice of the LGBTQIA plus people. For the intersection of racial linguistics and lavender linguistics would be the good further scope of research. And I also see that as a limitation of the study to understand the entire identity of George M. Johnson. So This study on the whole resists the dominant discourses and also provides a linguistic space for the Black queer people. And from you, for example, the terms like shade and yas was invented by the Black queer peoples, but the same words were adopted by the American people and used in pop culture. But the same word which coined by them was used as a weapon against them. So this paper highlights all these discrimination and stands as the testament for the voice of voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you for your thought-provoking presentation. Now the floor is open for QA. Anybody would like to ask question to our presenter? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now let us commence the session with our next presenter, Ms. Asiya Parvin Khan, who is here to present her research paper titled Language, Caste and Ecology, a sociolinguistic reading of Premchand's Thakur's Well.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am presenting paper on language, caste, and ecology, a socio-linguistic reading of Premchand's Thakur's Well. I chose the short story Thakur's Well, which explores ecology and socio-linguistic. With a brief introduction, let's begin the presentation. Ecology examines how a human interacts with nature, natural resources, and the environment. Environment. It also highlights social injustice where natural resources plays a vital role and even act as a central character. For example, I took up the short story Thakur's Well. Here, Gangi, the protagonist, in her life, water scarcity plays a crucial role. Before going to the topic socio-linguistic, first of all, we have to get to know about linguistics. Linguistics is this systematic study of language which deals with its structure, function, and usage. It includes various branches such as phonology, phonetics, morphology, syntax, and semantics. The main there are some divisions in linguistics: theoretical linguistics, descriptive linguistics, applied linguistics, comparative linguistics, and finally sociolinguistics. I chose sociolinguistics because the story really fit well into this topic. In Thakur's Well, language is used to show caste-based oppression. The way the characters speak or even be silenced reveal the power imbalance, showing how language reflects reinforces hierarchy. Now to see how these ideas take shape in the story, let's first look at the author Premchand and then briefly go through the plot of Thakur's Well. Premchand, often considered as a father of Hindu-Urdu literature, known for his realistic and social conscience. He wrote about issues like poverty, regional influences on people, caste oppression. With this understanding of Premchand's social vision, let's move into the gist of story Thakur's Well. The story follows Gangi, a Dalit woman whose husband is ill due to drinking polluted water.
So she has to now get some pure water for her. As all nearby water sources are either dirty or denied access to her, not only because she is a Dalit woman, and also she is, belongs to lower caste community. However, the only clean and safe water is from Tahur's well. She has to get it from them. But it is totally impossible because it belongs to the upper caste community. The story not only highlights the cruelty of caste-based oppression, but also symbolizes the deep injustice where even natural resources like water are controlled by social hierarchy. Tagore's well is a powerful socio-linguistics example because it shows how language reflects and reinforces social structure, especially caste. In the story, the way characters speak are not allowed to speak, choice of words, tone, and even their silence reflects its social division. For example, Gangi, a lower caste woman, when she addresses to an upper caste individual, she uses submissive and respectful words, whereas an upper caste individual uses disrespectful, commanding, or dismissive language towards them. This reflects their authority and social dominance. These are some example of untranslated words from this story. Some words are untranslated in his story, such as Tagore, Gangi. These two denoted the caste-specific term because they are carry deep cultural, social, and linguistic meanings that cannot be translated in English. These untranslated words preserved the essence of the cultural context. To conclude, Tagore's well shows how language in literature reflects and reinforces social inequalities through speech, silence, symbolism. Premchand uses language as a tool to expose caste oppression and gives voice to unheard.
Thank you for your informative session, Ms. Asia. Now the floor is open for questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask any questions to our presenter? Thank you, Asia. Now let us commence the session with our next presenter, Ms. Rosalind Jennifer, who is here to present her research paper titled Synchronization of Language Systems in Ted Chiang's Story of Your Life.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Rosalind Jennifer FS from the Research Center of English, Fatima College, Madurai. My research paper, Synchronization of Language Systems in Ted Chiang's Story of Your Life, focuses on the fields of cybernetics and systems theory and their role in literature. The research paper attempts to establish the relationship between cybernetics and systems theory, and it also asserts that language is a cybernetic system. So systems theory, it is the study of systems as a whole, how individual components interact with each other and produce holistic outputs. So it was first coined by Ludwig von Bartholomew, a biologist who used the systems theory to study the ways in which to study the behavior of microorganisms and other living cells. Slowly, systems theory, it traversed its limits from biology and it became a transdisciplinary field owing to the result of the Macy conferences. The Macy conferences were a set of collaborative transdisciplinary lectures headed by scholars, researchers, and thinkers all over America. So, in the the Macy conferences, it was headed by Margaret Mead, one of the most prominent and renowned cultural anthropologists. And it also had Claude Shannon, who gave us the information communication theory. It also headed Norbert Weiner, Gregory Bateson, and many others who contributed largely to the development of systems theory. The result of the Macy conferences is that it attempted to bridge the gap between science and humanities. The Macy conferences, it also established the relationship between cybernetics and systems theory. So what is cybernetics and how is it related to systems theory? Cybernetics is the study of the process of information. It analyzes the flow of information and it concentrates on individual components like inputs, throughputs, and outputs. Systems theory, on the other hand, it focuses on the mechanism as a whole. It concentrates on the whole mechanism and it focuses on the resultant feedback loops and their emergent behaviors. So, in this regard, it could be considered that systems theory, cybernetics is the subset to systems theory. So, these cybernetic systems, they are of two types, autopoietic systems and allopoietic systems. So, the autopoietic systems, they are self-regulating and self-referential systems, meaning that they are able to generate meaning of their own. So, this research paper, it also attempts to establish that language and literature, they are autopoietic cybernetic systems. And this statement, so this is the Macy conferences. And in the next slide, so here we see that cybernetics is a subset to systems theory. And in the next slides, so autopoietic and allopoietic systems. So autopoietic systems, they are, so as I've said earlier, autopoietic systems are self-regulating and self-referential, meaning that they are able to create meaning on their own. So this research paper, it attempts that literature and language are autopoietic cybernetic systems. And this statement, it is substantiated with the Italo Calvino short story, The Burning of the Abominable House. So in the next slide, so we have the short story, The Burning of the Abominable House. The short story in itself is a closed system. It has its own inputs. It has its own, it has its predetermined inputs. It has its own throughputs and outputs. But what makes it an autopoietic cybernetic system is that it is able to generate its own throughputs. So in this story, with the application of Marcel Benabos' 3 circles of Lippo, we are able to generate nearly thousands of throughputs. So as a result of this, we are also able to get millions of outputs because of this. So this substantiation, it proves that language and literature, they are cybernetic systems. The selected short story, Story of Your Life, also checks the boxes of the hypothesis. The protagonist, Dr. Louis Banks, is a linguist who is recruited by the US Army to decode the alien language of the heptapods. So the result of the feedback loops between two systems, that is the human and alien neural cognition systems, it paves way for autopoietic restructuring. The substantiation of the short story asserts that language is a cybernetic system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your well-structured and informative presentation, ma'am. Now, the floor is open for question and answer session. Is there anyone who is willing to ask question to our presenter? I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for making this paper presentation session a resounding success. A special thanks to our esteemed chairperson, Dr. R. Rajesh, for sharing and insights with us. Presenters and participants, your active presentation and participation have made this session truly special. Once again, I thank you all for making this session a grand success. Do you want? Oh, sure, sir.
So good evening. Dr. Priya, Assistant Professor, and Dr. In fact, but as a chairperson, I would like to pass the comment on each paper. The first presenter, Pavitra, Assistant Professor, she presented her paper on a linguistic issue, the politics of language or the state of contemporary feminism. Indeed, it was a good presentation. But I could, I think, if you don't mind, I can make some comments on that. So actually, the citation should be based on MLA. You have to follow MLA style of citation. Only research aspects were missing. The rest of the things you were able to follow. In fact, you prepared your paper well and you have presented well. You deserve highest appreciation from my side. But at the same time, especially when you present a paper, I mean, I looked at your paper. Actually, the paper should be justified. I mean, alignment. Actually, you didn't justify your paper. And at the same time, in works cited, especially in the last part, I think you didn't mention you mentioned the paper, especially page numbers of the papers or the maybe books that you referred, page numbers should be mentioned. So you have to look at the MLA style of citation so that you will be able to make. And inside of your paper too, I couldn't find citations. So what are the thing we borrow from others, that should be any information or any definition or any kind of ideology or ideas that should be cited inside of your paper. That was missing. So if you add citations and especially in text citation as well as in referencing, I'm very sure that your paper may be published easily. Then I'd like to, in fact, you have mentioned the terms like uppert and the rest of the theories that you used. Actually, those theories were apt for analysis. So actually, at research aspects, it's okay, but at the same time, for documenting, it is very important to cite, and we need to give reference. Those things were missing, so that you can take care of while publishing your paper. Then second presenter, Ms. Harini, first year student. She presented a paper on Oliver's Voice of Voiceless, exploring language and subalternity in Dickens' Oliver Twist. In fact, the presentation seemed to be better. She was able to apply Marx's view and subaltern, especially subaltern theories. At the same time, inside the paper, I couldn't find citations. Actually, people are able to make the presentation well, and they were able to prepare the paper well, but the paper should have citation. Without citation, our paper will not be published because we need to follow the methodology, research methodology. So that was missing. And at the same time, In Harini's paper, I couldn't find conclusion. Conclusion should be provided in every paper, especially abstract, keywords, introduction, and the rest of the things. Especially for literature, we don't follow methodology tools, all those things. At the same time, conclusion should be provided. So it was missing from your paper. At the same time, like the previous presenter, you too have to align your paper before sending for publication. Alignment, especially you have to align the paper. I mean, justify the paper. And here too, I couldn't find the referencing. Especially reference should follow the MLA style. At the same time, if you do research on ELT or in applied linguistics, you can follow APA style. But here, the entire work is based on maybe arts, I mean literature, and you people have applied language theories. So it comes under MLA style of referencing that needs to be followed. And Salet Reshmi Leon, she presented a paper on language as resistance, an analysis of subaltern voice, Bevis Cambly's The Prisons We Broke. Actually, she was able to find suitable method for analysis, especially the feminist perspectives and discourse analysis. At the same time, the discourse theory was not fully utilized because it was just mentioned. You people have to use the theory so that you will be able to analyze the text. And here too, especially the MLA style of citation was missing. Work cited, referencing, and page numbers were missing in each thing, especially in the citation as well as in in-text citation. And Sajju Monica, she presented a paper on reverberation of polyphony in Eric Mind's Things We Lost to the Water. She applied sociolinguistic theories, the code switching, code mixing, and especially the behavior aspects of language. Those theories have been effectively applied in a paper. At the same time, the MLA style of referencing, especially you people miss this reference and citations. The rest of the things are very good, but if you concentrate on the citations, especially in-text citation as well as referencing, I'm sure that your paper would be actually more effective and it may be published easily. And Meena Shri, she presented a paper on a linguistical reading of George Johnson's All Boys Are Into Blue. Especially, it's actually a wide study. Here too, actually, she followed the especially research methodology style for preparing her article well, and the presentation seemed to be very good. At the same time, I could find that in your citation, especially in your paper, I could find the Wikipedia reference. Wikipedia is not a reliable source of referencing, especially it's not a reliable source. If you look at MLA handbook, you can find that. Just go through MLA handbook, you can find that MLA citation is not entertained. Because Wikipedia citations is not entertained. Wikipedia may be edited by anyone. If you just create a login ID and password, Wikipedia information can be edited by anyone. So Wikipedia is not a reliable source. That shouldn't be used in research works or in thesis or in any part of the things. So she used Wikipedia works. And especially in reference, APA style has not been followed. I mean, she has followed APA style. And for in-text citations, she followed MLA style. So these two styles have been mixed by her in her paper. You need to follow MLA style for referencing. And again, Asia Parveen Khan, she presented a paper on language, caste, and ecology, a sociolinguistic reading of Perman's Thakur's Well. It's actually a linguistic study. Maybe when you look at, especially all the papers are related to the language. When you look at the definitions or everything, please find a suitable definition from web sources. Language is not actually a study of, linguistics is not just a study of language. Linguistics is a scientific study of language. Actually, it explores how a baby acquires language from mother's womb and the language acquisition, comprehension, production, all those processes. She was able to describe maybe the types of linguistics, the rest of the things too. At the same time, when I looked at her paper, I couldn't find abstract, introduction, conclusion, or reference. Just text alone was presented as article. Maybe I think she's actually a second MA English student. It's not an issue. Everything is a learning. We can adopt. We learn every day. So you need to find. When you prepare an article, there must be abstract, introduction, conclusion, reference. Those things are missing in your paper. So just take care of those things. So it will be better for publication if you add all those things. Then Roslyn Jennifer, a research scholar, she presented a paper on synchronization of language systems in Ted Chiang's Story of Your Life. In fact, she was able to analyze the text well. The analysis part or the interpretation part seemed to be better. At the same time, the citation is actually got confused. We need to follow one style of citation in a paper. We may not mix both APA and MLA style. If you have to follow MLA style. So once you use MLA style, you may not apply APA style. One style of citation is allowed. Sometimes the page numbers, especially in works cited, where the page number was actually page number is missing, and the uniformity, especially in in-text citation as well as in references too. We need to follow uniformity. What are the thing we provide? Same sort of citation should be provided. So she has used two sorts of citations in her paper. Once she looks at all those things, especially the citations, the paper may be published easily. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Congratulations to all the presenters. Please concentrate on your paper, especially the citation part in text as well as referencing, so that your paper may be published easily. Because most of the PhD research scholars, they find difficulty in publishing research articles because of this reason. So first, go through papers, so you'll have an idea what are the things should be provided, what are the things should be neglected. And when you publish an article, just go through the journals. Just actually, if you refer previous articles, your paper maybe previous articles of the particular journal, your paper may be easily accepted by the editors, because they are seeking citations. Whoever is citing our articles will be given they'll be given preferences. So that sort of thing is going around among especially editors. So just refer the articles which are published in the particular journal. Once you before sending a particular paper to the journal, just look at their journal, go through their papers, cite their papers in your article, so that your paper may be easily accepted. So actually this paraphrasing or even maybe citations, everything is actually easy in today's world. You can seek help from AI, and even some of the papers have been written using AI. So we can find this hyphens on looking at the hyphen, all those things we can find, because normally we don't use hyphen everywhere. We use just words. On looking at the hyphens, we can find that we people seek the support from AI, but it's not an issue. Especially scientific writer or C writer, there is a website using which we'll be able to find the research gap. We can find the research questions or methodological tools. All those things can be easily tracked, which is offered by MIT University. So those research tools or research websites can be used for writing a research article easily. So look at all those things. At the same time, still I'd like to repeat the same. Just look at the referencing part, paraphrasing, and works cited, so that your paper may be easily accepted by the particular journal. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Dear students and participants, we are requested to disperse for tea break and return within 10 minutes. The next session will start sharply at 4:25.
Language is the pulse, literature its heartbeat. One gives voice, the other gives vision. Together, they shape how we understand the world and how we shape it in return. The theme of this international conference, the convergence of language and literature, is not merely a pairing of disciplines, it is a profound exploration of how the two mirror, mold, and magnify each other. Over the course of these sessions, we have witnessed how language becomes more than a tool and literature more than a text. They become power, protest, and possibility. The theme of this conference has truly unfolded in every paper, every dialogue, and every shared insight. We have witnessed how language is not merely a tool of expression, but a bridge that connects ideas, identities, and interpretations across time and space.
Let us take a moment to gather not just in space but in spirit and to invoke a sense of grace and serenity. I kindly invite our college choir to lead us in prayer song. Words of verity do not end, and acts of sincerity do not cease to be. Every journey comes to an end, not in haste, but in acknowledgement of all that was shared along the way. May I kindly invite Dr. R. Saktishwari, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Fatima College, to deliver the valedictory welcome address.
Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and he will establish your plans. Proverbs chapter 16, verse 3. Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of this enriching international conference. Since morning, we have been witnessing a remarkable exchange of knowledge, ideas, and perspectives that have truly elevated the academic spirit of the event. The success of this conference lies, above all, in the active and insightful participation of our international speakers, eminent chairpersons, faculty, researchers, and students. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome and introduce Dr. D.M. Amala, our valedictory speaker, Head and Associate Professor of English at Sri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women, Madurai, who is going to elevate the academic spirit of the event with her valedictory address. With an impressive academic journey marked by an MA, MPhil, and PhD from Madurai Kamaraj University, Dr. Amala 25 years of rich teaching and research experience to her credit. Her expertise in new literatures and literary theory, along with her dedication to mentoring postgraduate and research scholars, has significantly contributed to the academic growth of the institution. As a dynamic leader, she has played a pivotal role in inspiring the spirit of scholarship through forums and literary initiatives within the department and extending to other institutions as well. Madam's association with our college has been both long-standing and deeply cherished. Known for her amiable nature, approachable demeanor, and ever-smiling presence, Dr. Amala
is not only a distinguished academician, but also a source of constant inspiration to students and faculty alike. Her speeches are treasured as pearls of wisdom, rich with insight, encouragement, and clarity. She has been a guiding light, not just for the research scholars, but also for budding research guides like us, offering mentorship that is both thoughtful and empowering. It is truly a privilege to have her with us today, and we look forward to yet another enriching lecture. I extend a warm welcome to you, dear ma'am. We are honored to extend a hearty welcome to the distinguished chairpersons, Dr. R. Rajesh, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English Language Studies, School of English and Foreign Languages, Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, Dr. M.P. Ganesan, Assistant Professor and Director, RDC, PG and Research Department of English, Saurashtra College, Madurai, Dr. C.S. Sendil, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Tyagaraja College, Madurai, Dr. G. Arul Maria Selvi, Associate Professor of English, Sri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women, Madurai, along with our esteemed resource person, Dr. Ebenezer. Welcome, everyone. Your insightful guidance, thoughtful moderation, and encouraging feedback have added great value to the academic discourse. Your valuable presence has significantly enhanced the quality of our sessions, and we sincerely appreciate the expertise and time you have devoted. Welcome, dear madam and sir. It is with great pleasure that I welcome our respected head of the department, Dr. P.V. Christishanti, whose determination and tireless effort have turned a vision into a reality. I extend a warm welcome to the organizing secretaries, Dr. S. Saira Banu and Dr. S.J. Kala, whose guidance and dedication have been instrumental in making this event a success. My hearty welcome to all other committee members, including the coordinators of the conference. My warm welcome to the faculty members, research scholars, and students participating in this memorable occasion, both in person and online. My amiable welcome to our staff, research scholars, and students whose invaluable contribution have made this a truly red letter day. My special welcome to our technical and non-teaching staff for their unwavering support. I extend my welcome to the photographers and the team who are streaming this program live on YouTube. I express my welcome to our support staff whose diligent efforts keep the campus clean, welcoming, and well maintained. Welcome everyone again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With immense respect and gratitude, I now invite our beloved head, Dr. P.V. Christishanti, to honor our distinguished resource person, Dr. Amala, Associate Professor and Head, PG and Research Department of English, Sri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women, Autonomous Madurai, for her presence.
Every meaningful gathering requires a voice that sharpens the focus and elevates the discourse. Today, we are privileged to listen to such a person who cultivates thoughts whenever needed. I kindly request Dr. D.M. Amala, Associate Professor and Head, PG and Research Department of English, Sri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women, Madurai. Ma'am, please.
Wish you all a pleasant evening. I hope it is a long drawn day with a lot of academic downpour upon you, a lot of research insights, so on and so forth. And indeed, I deem it a pleasure to be a part of this academic program. And at this juncture, I would like to thank the Almighty for having been gracious to give this opportunity to be a part of this academic program once again. I've been here quite a lot of times and shared the platform during many occasions. And this is one such occasion which I feel extremely privileged and happy to be in the midst of a galaxy of academicians gathered here with star performers from far and near, particularly resource persons from various universities abroad. And now this is the time that I would like to thank the management, the revered principal, secretary, the department head, all the counterparts here, my friends and my sisters of my heart, delegates, research scholars, students, whatnot. So I hope the whole hall now is reverberating with knowledge. And this is not just a circulation of social energy, it is creating a ripple effect. And in the future, I hope all the research scholars would take this particular spirit to various realms and shine. And with my best wishes, I thought of just bringing to you two important concepts in relevance or in context to what we have deliberated today as convergence of language and literature. Now, the term convergence is significant with the time as well when I deliver my valedictory address, because this is the time when we converge all the various aspects into one particular significant address, wherein we bring diverse knowledge, diverse experiences from different domains into one particular area, that is literature. And I would like to remind all the research scholars that literature is now cutting across disciplines. It is becoming transdisciplinary, it is becoming multidisciplinary, and it cuts across all domains for that matter. So let us feel proud about taking literature as our own passionate subject for research as well as for other academic purposes. And now, with just two important concepts, I would like to wind up my valedictory address because this is my bounden duty, which I have to do to the institution to which I am associated for quite a long time. And before that, I would like to congratulate all the research scholars who have done a wonderful job. And I had the privilege of listening to almost 9 paper presenters, research scholars who did indeed a wonderful job. And they have brought light upon the linguistic complexities of how it gets represented in literature. So I felt really exhilarated when I listened to all the scholars. Nearly 7 of my scholars, they concentrated on sociolinguistics, psycholinguistics, and the pragmatics particularly, which I felt really very happy. And this is the domain that we have to still more concentrate upon. So once again, my best wishes and congratulations to all the research scholars. And now I would like to bring to you just two important concepts in the context of convergence of language and literature. One is the concept of Claude Lévi-Strauss's term bricolage. Now, this is a French term which means the object as well as the tool which creates the object shares the same instrument or shares the same what you call as the medium. And one such thing, now this was tried to be proved in engineering terms, but Claude Lévi-Strauss finds this particular term to be more relevant for mythology. But then again, this was borrowed by Gerard Genette, and he implies this particular term bricolage to criticism, because literature and critical language share the same tool, language. In no other artistic domain do you find that, because when you take up all other arts, you need language to either appreciate it or to have a critical appreciation of it. So we use language for all the other artistic mediums. But in literature, it is entirely different, and it is a highly nuanced thing whereby literature as well as criticism, as we all know in layman's terms, uses the same tool, that is language. And this is where the title of my valedictory address is The Matrix of Meta-Literature or Meta-Language, wherein we take up this aspect of language being both the medium of the object and the medium of expressing our concern and how it gets represented. So this is a highly nuanced field, and that is why I was very happy about the presenters who gave more impetus to the language aspect. And I hope you will now understand this area of bricolage in the terms wherein language as well as literature, they have the same what you call as the medium through which we try to engage ourselves with what is represented, and how it is represented is concentrated by the critic as well. What is represented? It is the reality of the world that is represented, or a perception of the world that is represented. But what is represented is highlighted, or what is represented is appreciated through the same language. So you have two different uses of language. One is on literature and the other one on the critical aspect of language. So how language is used to both represent as well as to appreciate the representation, or maybe I can call it as the aesthetic apprehension of language, of an object. So this is how the artist and the critic, they come to the same area where they have only one single tool in order to express their own experiences. And the nature of bricolage is to make use of materials and tools which were not intended for the task in hand. But here you see this analysis is again brought to more developed cultures, and a word for word, that is criticism in general and literary critics in particular. And this is stated by Cleon Brooks as well as substantiated by Gerard Geneth. So criticism uses the same tool, that is language, as its object, that is also literature. And therefore, he states that, so having developed a kind of a logical substantiation and finally coming to a justifiable point, he says, criticism is therefore a meta-language. Language upon language, discourse upon discourse. So this is a vital aspect which we as research scholars and critics have to concentrate on. And literature, as all of us know, it's primarily a work of language, and we use criticism using the same language to comment upon it, a comment upon a comment. So the same, what are the components of a language? It is basically from phonology to pragmatics. The same thing is applied by critical critics as well. So therefore, we are in a very complex position, or in a challenging position, whereby we use the same language as critics to read a text and to interpret it. So this is a highly challenging task in front of us. So therefore, we need to concentrate more upon the characteristic features of this linguistic representation. And a study of narrative, description, and other major literary forms of literary expression, they demand this study of linguistics as a major aspect when we concentrate on literature. Otherwise, it would just become a sociological study, concentrating only upon the sociological aspect of human condition and life on this planet. So therefore, as critics, as researchers, let us concentrate on this new aspect of what we call as this meta-language, or in more specific French terms, it is a bricolage. And the new rhetoric to bring all the codes into one system is quite difficult, because the codes used by the writer is different from the code that is used by the critic, but the language is the same. So that is where you have to understand the dynamics of code switching. Code switching from language from the artist and language by the critic. So that is a very nuanced area. So this is where researchers have to direct your study on. And then the site of negotiation is forged by this meta language. And at this point, some of you might have a question as what is the major difference between criticism and meta language or meta literature. Criticism is just a work. So we differentiate a work from the text as a work is static and a text is dynamic. A text comes alive only when the reader engages himself or herself with the text. Similarly, there is criticism as a body of theory, or literary theory for that matter, and literature as a body of work. But once you employ language into it, that becomes meta-language. It is very much dynamic. It is very much vibrant. and it tries to capture all the codes of it. And here again, Roland Barthes brings out a wonderful insight into this area. And I would like to quote from him: the site of negotiation is forged by meta-language, wherein the language of the artist and the language of the critic engage in discovering new, multiple, plural interpretations. So the world exists. At the same time, literature also exists as a kind of a reflection or a perception of what human condition is in relation to this planet. But what the critic looks at is the way the writer represents his experience, probably in a more phenomenological way. So this is where the critics, what you call as the task, comes into existence. The critic's responsibility becomes all the more loaded and heavy. And finally, when I bring to your notice, what does this meta language actually do? What is the praxis of it? So far, I have defined what this meta language is, and I have differentiated meta language from criticism. And now, what is the function of meta language? This is my next aspect. And the task of meta language is not to discover. It is not to discover new things. It is not to discover anything, which is a hidden secret or something like that. That is not the job of meta language. Rather, meta language has been so far brought out in this new aspect by Barthes as what it is not. Not as a correspondence between language and reality, but in line with the system of science. So in that way, it aligns itself more with structuralism. So that aspect has to be brought into notice. And then the next one is not to find out whether it tells the truth or reality, because there are no absolutes. All of us know this is the postmodern world, and we have been trained to look at what you call as multiplicities or what you call as pluralities, and there is no one truth because there are no absolutes, starting from the period of Einstein, wherein the theory of relativity has come into vogue. And now, the actual point of this meta language is it is to evolve its own language, to make it coherent, logical, systematic, and to integrate all these codes and systems into one particular alignment. That is the job of this meta language. And last but not the least, the task of meta language is purely formal. It does not exist in discovering truths. It is not so. As I have already said, there are many truths for that matter, pluralistic, and therefore the one thing is what Roland Barthes calls it as fitting together. And he gives a beautiful example for it using the metaphor of a craftsman who tries to fit in all the different parts of a furniture using his craftsmanship, aligning all the parts, orchestrating all the parts, curating everything to one beautiful piece of either a mahogany table or a wonderful piece of a chest of drawers or any furniture piece. So therefore, he calls the purpose of meta language or the task of a critic to use this meta language to fit together all the parts. And probably if you read Cleon Brooks's The Well-Wrought Urn, this is a wonderful example and a sample exercise on how a critic uses this meta language to fit together all the different parts together. Because the one thing in this urn is a highly paradoxical situation. Truth is beauty and beauty is truth. So it is a highly paradoxical situation, but only through this meta language, we can easily fit into all the discordant notes into one uniform symphony. And it creates a beautiful symphony. And finally, what the end product is an exquisite work of art brought out by this fitting together process. So the last but not the least point here is that I have driven home the importance of meta language and how it is a praxis and what is the basic function of it as to how to make it to fit together different discordant notes into one great symphony. And that is the job of the meta language in process. So with these few words, and once again with my best wishes to all the student community, the fraternity here who have taken a lot of efforts to organize this wonderful international seminar by bringing delegates from far and near, Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. As a mark of our heartfelt appreciation, we now take a moment to honor the distinguished chairpersons who have made this day truly important. We are truly delighted to have Dr. R. Rajesh, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of English Language Studies, Madurai, Kamraj University. I now invite Dr. S. Saira Banu, Associate Professor and IQAC Coordinator of Fatima College, Autonomous Madurai, to kindly honor him with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. It's a privilege to acknowledge the presence of Dr. M.P. Ganeshan, who serves as the Assistant Professor, Saurashtra College, Madurai. May I request Dr. S.J. Kala, Associate Professor, Dean of International Affairs and Foreign Students Welfare, to come forward and do the honors. Thank you, ma'am. With immense joy, we thank Dr. C.S. Senthil, Assistant Professor, Tyagaraja College, Madurai, whose presence adds great value to this gathering. I invite Dr. S. Parvati, Assistant Professor, Dean of Arts, and Dr. S. Aarti, Assistant Professor, to offer a token of our appreciation. We extend a warm gratitude to Dr. G. Arul Selvi Maria, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women, Autonomous, Madurai, and express our heartfelt thanks for being with us today. May I call upon Dr. R. Shaktishwari, Assistant Professor, and Dr. G. Priya, Assistant Professor, to honor her with a memento. Thank you, ma'am.
Gratitude is happiness doubled with memory, says J.K. Chesterton. As we prepare to take leave of this forum, may we carry with us the quiet recognition of everyone who made this learning experience possible. May I now invite Dr. S. Parvati, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Fatima College, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I will give thanks and praise the Lord with all my heart. I will tell aloud all your wonders and marvelous deeds. Good evening to one and all present here. With utmost joy and a heart brimming with gratitude, I take this golden opportunity to thank our Lord Almighty for showering his unparalleled blessings, which continue to sustain each one of us as we move towards the grand finale of this one-day international conference on convergence of language and literature. I am extremely happy to thank our esteemed secretary, Dr. Sister Ignatius Mary, who spontaneously accepted our proposal to organize this international conference and motivated us to create an enterprising platform for literature lovers and enthusiastic researchers to share their erudite insights and novel perceptions. Thank you, dear sister, for being a pillar of support. I feel honored to thank our dynamic principal, Dr. Sister M. Fatima Mary, for the unstinting support and guidance she rendered right from the beginning to make this conference truly enriching and memorable. She helped us overcome all the setbacks and encouraged us to make our dream a palpable reality. Thank you, dear sister. It is my pleasant responsibility to thank the vice principals of Shift 1 and Shift 2 who always facilitate a rich teaching and learning environment on campus. Thank you, sisters and teachers. it is my bounden duty to profusely thank all our resource persons who, in spite of their busy academic schedule, graciously accepted our invitation and cheerfully agreed to be a part of this scholarly venture. Dr. Justin James, Faculty of English, University of Technology and Applied Science, Nizwa Sultanate of Oman, enlightened the audience on rethinking the future of English language teaching and learning. Dr. Ebenezer B. Veerasingham, Assistant Lecturer, Department of Languages and Communication Studies, Eastern University, Sri Lanka, shared his intellectual deliberations on the topic approaching diasporic writings as media of prosthetic memory. Mr. Arul Prabhaharan Gaspar, Education Professional Language Facilitator, University of New South Wales College, Australia, shared his profound perspectives on reconciling identity and pedagogy, positioning Indian language as an autonomous variety, while navigating the role of academic English in Indian higher education. Ms. Shivani Pillai, writer and DPhil candidate, University of Oxford, presented her insights on language and translation. Dr. D.M. Amala, Associate Professor and Head of the PG and Research Department of English, Sri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women, Madurai, enthralled the audience with her ingenious views on the matrix of meta-literature. The PG and Research Department of English of Fatima College acknowledges with gratitude the sublime thoughts and critical inputs shared by all the eminent resource persons of various technical sessions, including the inaugural address and the valedictory address. I joyfully thank all the chairpersons of various online and on-site paper presentation sessions for spending quality time with all the presenters, propelling them to critically analyze and delve deep into their area of study. An academic venture of this dimension has become a reality only because of the orchestrated efforts of individuals with diverse interests, novel perspectives, and exceptional skills. It is the plan of Providence that these individuals with multiple capabilities have found a happy haven in the PG and Research Department of English, Fatima College. My sincere and loving thanks to the chairperson and head of the department, Dr. P.V. Christishanti, whose active engagement, innovative suggestions, and right attitude to envision a congregation of learned minds marked the beginning of this international conference. Dear ma'am, hats off to your tireless efforts and goodwill to organize a program of this grandeur. I place on record my heartfelt gratitude to our dynamic organizing secretaries whose unwavering guidance, timely counsel, words of encouragement inspired the faculty members to work towards the success of this conference with renewed energy and full vigor. Thank you, dear Dr. S. Saira Banu, Organizing Secretary, Coordinator of IQAC of Fatima College and Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English, and Dr. S.J. Kala, Organizing Secretary, Dean of International Collaboration and Foreign Students Welfare Cell of Fatima College, and Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English. A very big thanks to all my friends in the department whose unwavering commitment and passion showcase the amazing work culture which fosters not only a positive working environment, but also ensures trustworthy comradeship and upward mobility. Thank you, dear teachers. I happily acknowledge the staff in charge of various committees and the student volunteers for their hard work in the smooth execution of this conference. I extend my special words of appreciation to all our sponsors for their generous support. Your substantial contributions cannot be quantified, but we are sure that your timely assistance has been instrumental in making this event possible and successful. At this juncture, I wish to emphasize and appreciate the extraordinary gesture and monetary support of Mr. B.T. Bangera, the Managing Director of High-Tech RI Private Limited, in the fruitful conduct of this conference. I wish to thank all the participants from various colleges, both online and on-site mode, students, research scholars, and staff, without whom this conference would not have become a great success. Thank you, dear participants, for your enthusiasm and insatiable thirst to explore the world of knowledge. I am extremely happy to thank all our dear students and research scholars who played a very vital role in the effective organization of this conference. Last but not the least, I acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the technical team which successfully bridged the gap between the on-site and online platforms. Before I wrap up, I once again sincerely thank each one of you who made this conference a resounding success. We will definitely meet again in a different platform to share our knowledge and enlighten each other. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let us all rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलति तरंगा दब शुभ नामे जाहे दब शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे दब जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support.
Eti.